Welcome to day 2 of my live stream. I may stream tomorrow. I don't know. We'll find out. Today is a special day because I finally got access to the Tectone restraining order transcripts, all 256 pages. And that is what we're going to go over today. From start to finish, we're going to read through them all. Legal Eagle and quite a few other YouTube channels fucking were like, hey guys, guess what? If you guys want these documents, just message me, email me, DM me, and I'll give them to you for free. And I did that. And none of these motherfuckers responded to me. After weeks. So, for weeks I've been trying to get this. And guess how I got this document? Guess how I got this 250-some page document? Yes. It wasn't from anyone who does legal. Mizkif. That's right, Mizkif. So I DM'd Mizkif, who, if you know about Mizkif, I've been fairly critical of him on this channel. Online for free? No, because this was a very hard to obtain document. The whole, all of it, like, it's censored. Portions of it is censored, but like to get the whole thing, all pages, a lot of people on YouTube streamed little parts of it, screenshots of like statements and stuff, but no one's ever. Not that I know of, it went from start to finish. Did I have to pay for it? No, I didn't have to pay for it. I contacted Mizkif, somebody who I have been critical of in the past, and I think he's a bit of an asshole, but also I do understand kind of where he is coming from to a degree. He actually messaged me after he sent it, and I'm like, why did nobody give this to me? And you're the only person who handed this over. He's like, well, a lot of the people who are covering the Tectone legal stuff are actually his personal friends. I don't know if that's true. That's just what he told me. I'm not going to leak his DMs just because it's not beneficial to me, and I keep DMs private unless somebody tries to fuck me over and lie about me. You know, that's the only time I rarely ever release DMs of people. I don't like doing that. I will if I'm forced to do so, but he basically said to me, the reason is that the people that you tried to reach out to are Tectone's friends, and they only want semi-biased coverage, and that may be true, may not be true. I don't know. I don't know Legal Eagle personally. I don't know a lot of these legal people. They said on their live streams, reach out to me, I'll give you the document. They never did it, and yeah, so shout out to Mizkif. I don't think you're probably watching this because I'm a nobody these days, but thank you so much for providing me that. I really do appreciate that. I'm not like these other retards on the internet where, like, I can dislike somebody or be critical of somebody, but also say, hey, thank you. You did something very kind. You did not need to do that. I didn't have to pay a cent. So thank you, Ms. Kip, for that. Before we even jump into the Tectone documents, okay, all 200 pages, all right? Something just happened 1 hour ago, okay? 1 hour ago, a statement was dropped. If you didn't catch my video that I made a couple days ago on Sykuno is the big talk of the town right now on Twitter, on social media, the big Twitch streamer, the Asian guy, the guy who cheated on his girlfriend, and then everybody's calling him a predator because he cheated, even though that's not what a predator is, right? The girl, we went over that girl's entire video of her calling him out for cheating, and then was like, I still want to be friends, I still want to be with you, I still want to suck your dick, I still want to be attached to you even though you did this horrible thing. That person, yeah, that girl got 30 million views, covered it a couple days ago, last week, Sykuno. Well, as of in the last 50 minutes before I turned on my live stream, we got a statement, and we're gonna read it officially from Sykuno on his main Twitter account. This is his main Twitter account we're on right now, okay? This is his own tweet. It already has 1 million views in 1 hour, 56 minutes ago. So this is fresh off the press, all right? First things first, he says, I would like to apologize to everyone I have disappointed, but most of all to my girlfriend. I am so sorry I put you all through so much. I never wanted to make these mistakes again and hurt you and the people that I care about. I was faithful, and I own and fully admit to that. I lied to people and told them I was single, which I know what is not right. I'm sorry to all the people that I've hurt by doing this. The following is not an attempt to minimize what I have done. However, I have seen false accusations about me that are not true, that are attached to that, which is true. We've covered already some of that. I cannot allow these false accusations and extreme labels to be placed on me. I do understand that the people making these claims did it from a place of hurt, so please do not send any more hate to anyone. I just want the situation to get better, and I wish them for the best. My girlfriend, he was giving her money, so of course you want to stay friends? Yeah, pretty much. My girlfriend and I didn't respond quickly because we were working on our relationship and communication before all this happened. Having so much of my private information exposed to the public has made it incredibly difficult for us to heal together. I'll be taking a break from streaming and the internet to better myself and give us the time we need to try and improve our relationship. Thank you for reading this, and I'll continue to learn and grow from this experience. Now, obviously, I can't prove this. Nobody can prove this. The next statement is, my girlfriend wanted to share her experience. Below is a message written by her. All right. Hi there. I want to start by saying thank you to those who have been checking in on me and wishing me well during such a difficult time. It's been extremely heartbreaking to learn everything I know now, and going through this has been one of the hardest things I've ever been put through in my life. I've been tossed around from all sides. Me and my reality have been continuously shattered. Even after the fact, though no matter how broken I am, I never wanted this to be public. It deeply hurts me that I was given no choice in that, or even just warned that this was happening at all. I didn't want this. So all you fucking little asshole turds who are fucking blasting him and saying, it's calling him a predator, the original girl that released that Google document that we covered, she's talking to you, dipshit. How do you feel right now? How do you feel that you've made things public that didn't need to be made public? Because you were mad that he didn't want to be friends with you. He didn't want to talk to you anymore after you called him out for cheating, which he did, which is shitty. But like simultaneously, you also fucked up by making that Google document. We've all agreed that Google document was horrible. If you're not knowing what I'm referencing, you can go reference it and watch the VOD from last week, because I went from start to finish, everything. Even after this fact, I wish they would have at least checked on me or asked me how I felt about everything, but I haven't heard anything from these people involved since this all came out. And of course you wouldn't, because the girls that are all fucking like, oh, his poor girlfriend, you don't give a fuck about the person who got cheated on. No, you don't. No, you do not. All these people who were letting him buy them games, send free money, send them free gifts. They like to be able to accept those things. And who wouldn't? I mean, I would like a person to send me $1,000. Who wouldn't want that, right? And he hooked up with a lot of these people that he gave a lot of money to. He's a big gooning simp. Everything's been consensual that's been come out so far. Even the video that we covered yesterday was consensual, and the girl tried to paint it as like some horrible thing, even though she was very clear that she consented to it, and she was just having regrets, and she was like, maybe I shouldn't have done that hookup. That was yesterday's stream. Okay. I understand that those involved with him have been hurt as well, but I don't believe my feelings were considered in this situation at all, because they weren't considered. They weren't considered at all. That's how these things type of work, right? The girls that wanted to say, oh my God, I feel so bad, they should have reached out to her. The document that Google document that the girl that we covered, 30 million views, that was released, she should have spoken to his girlfriend before that document was made, period. Before she posted that and got 30 million views. That's what should have happened. You know, you play this game of like, oh, your poor girlfriend, but then you simultaneously put out all this public information that was private that didn't need to be public in the first place. You know, you could just say, hey, this person cheated on me, that was that was shitty, and move on. But no, you made a whole document, this whole thing about how he's a dangerous predator. That was the headline, when all he did was cheat. And that's shitty, and that's wrong, right? But there's way worse things somebody could do. Having my worst fears become my reality, then put on full display and used for profit for everybody to see this is absolutely mortifying. It truly feels like a nightmare. It was already hard enough trying to work through things in private. This has just added another layer of difficulty and stress on top of everything. It's made it so much harder for me to cope. And rightfully so. I said I can completely understand where she's coming from with this. Prior to this all becoming public, we were already making changes to improve our relationship, and while I could have chosen to leave, I ultimately made my decision to stay with the hopes of repairing our relationship together. Even though all the things I've learned are incredibly disappointing and shocking, I don't think they are irredeemable. Okay, well, that's a little concerning, that statement. I don't think they're irredeemable. I don't know anything about the girlfriend, but like, man, if I found out my boyfriend was like cheating on me with like 10 other women or 10 other guys or like 10 other people, like repetitive, it's not like a one-time thing. Sure, maybe a one-time thing, I could get past it, but no. Like, this is an instance of this guy literally hooking up with tons of people, which is fine. I don't care. It's been hard handling these things unfolding this way, but I believe this will be the step in the right direction. I feel bad at this point. I don't think it's irredeemable. Girl, you could find somebody better who's not going to cheat on you with 10 other people. But also, we don't know this situation. It could be one of those situations, right? She's the only victim in this situation, absolutely. But his girlfriend could be, look, this is speculation, so I don't know. Don't take what I'm saying as truth. But for all we know, he could be fully like providing her, paying her money to just be company or something and live with him. It's so weird why, if you found out that your boyfriend or girlfriend cheated on you like 10 different times, why you wish wouldn't leave. Like, why wouldn't you leave? Yeah, maybe he is providing for her everything and gives her a life outside of his Twitch streams and, you know, online self that we don't know about, right? Maybe he spoils her with tons of money and just makes her feel loved and then does something shitty like cheating and then spoils her with love and money again, right? And it brings her back. And that would be kind of a manipulative. I don't want to say manipulative, but that's kind of like, that's a shitty thing to do. Like, cheat. Oh, buy you back. Cheat. Buy you back. I don't know. I really don't know. But this is not something that we normally see, where the girlfriend speaks out about her boyfriend being cheating on her and then being like, I'm still gonna stay with him. But you know, where was the consent of the girlfriend to blast Sykuno out to the public with 30 million views? I think that post now has almost 40 million views. 40 million views. Imagine being the girlfriend and finding that out through a post that went viral on Twitter from a bitch who was mad that she doesn't getting a payday anymore from Sykuno. See a couple new people. Hey, Kangelope, how are you? Tanya, Elizabeth, Victoria Sharp, Gaming Otter, hello, Lizard Queen, how are you guys today? Anti-Theist, Zari Watts, how are you guys? Toxic relationships are rough because sometimes people know how to twist the love. Twist. Yeah, that's true, they do. It shows that he never loved her by cheating on her with 10 plus women. Absolutely. I don't think personally, I don't think that she should stay with him, but at the end of the day, you and I can't influence somebody's choices, right? If somebody wants to stay in an abusive relationship or a relationship where you're not respected or cared for or loved, and you're made to feel like a piece of shit because somebody can't keep their dick in their pants, Sykuno for this example, at the end of the day, that does fall on you. You're making that choice to stay with somebody who's going to make you feel invalidated, unloved, and like shit. Because like, dude, I don't believe for a second that Sykuno is just going to be like magically, oh, I'm not going to cheat anymore. I don't believe that. This is somebody who is like cheats and has been hooking up for how long? The last 4 years? They've been in a relationship for almost 5 years, and he's been hooking up with tons of women in between that. You know, like, I don't know. It's a weird situation. You just came back from yoga. How was your yoga? Good. I've only done yoga a few times, and the few times I did do it, I couldn't walk the next day. I hope everyone focuses on healing and being the better version of themselves. Even though all the things I've learned today is incredibly disappointing and shocking, I don't think they're irredeemable. It's crazy. But you know what? we can't. Look, you and I can't do anything here about that. We just can't, and we have to be able to be okay with that. Let's look at the replies. Legal mindset. Grounds for lawsuit over this a week due to unlimited protections. Ground apologies. The grounds for an apology if to Sky. Yeah, that is true. Apologize to Sykuno's girlfriend. Apologize. Yeah, this Mugen guy dropped a YouTube video on this guy at the exact same time the document went out, which is like completely, absolutely 100% orchestrated. Like they coincided and coordinated an attack on Sykuno and the girlfriend as this came out, which is just like, dude, get over your fucking selves. It's clearly like you don't release an hour-long documentary on somebody the exact moment a Google document comes out without like it purely being planned, and I have an issue with that. What is this?
I mean, yeah, I
need to do that.
I mean, yeah, I care about her. Like,
yeah, she can do that.
I care about
true.
your girlfriend.
I'll just reach out to her then. But
I care about your girlfriend. No, you don't, you stupid bitch. No, you don't. Anyways, we're done with that. All right. Now that we've got that updated, it is time to switch to the real tea. And that is this. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Reporter's Record, cause case number C1CV2500539. Okay? Here we are. This is the official document. This is censored, obviously. John Robertson, who, if you don't know who John Robertson is, this is Tectone, all right? That is Tectone. Let's zoom in a little bit more. John Robertson, all right? Hearing on application for protective order, January 23rd, 2026, all right? I'm going to switch this off really quick because there is an address that I don't want to show. And here we go. All right, everything else is going to be censored that needs to be censored. The first witness is I believe it's his ex-girlfriend, right? I'm pretty sure it's his ex-girlfriend. Anyway, she got a, now mind you, this restraining order we're going over, the 200-page document, this is on him for 10 years. 10 years. And standard protection orders are not provided that long. Like, that is not a normal thing that happens. So just take that in mind, okay? But we got a lot of things to go through. We're going to go through every page. Hey, Repsion. Hello, Little Red Dress Express. Look at all these things. Oh, my. All right. Let's go do this. The court. Let's go on the record in cause number. This is the application for order of protection in the name of ex-girlfriend listing the respondent, John Robertson, Tectone. If I can have both sides, please state your appearance for the record. Mr. Locke. I'm Michelle Locke and Caitlin Bolin on behalf of blank, ex-girlfriend. We're ready to proceed, Your Honor. The court. All right, thank you. Mr. Poirier. Joffrey Poirier on behalf of John Robertson, the respondent. So that is his lawyer. Just so we're clear. That is Tectone's lawyer. Ready to proceed, Your Honor. The court. All right, thank you. Are there any preliminary matters that we need to address at this time? Mrs. Locke, a couple of preliminary matters, Your Honor, just housekeeping. We have a motion to appear electronically for one of the custodians of record from the doctor's office. Court, okay. I'm assuming the doctor's office would be the SA kit that they did that shows that she was sexually assaulted, I think. I don't know. Mrs. Locke, we've been trying to get a subpoena for them for 2 weeks, but it said it was difficult and having to deal with attorneys, but they have agreed to make the records available electronically, so we did file a motion for that. We also filed a motion as it relates to sealing the medical records in this case, and absolutely medical records should be sealed in this case. Nobody's medical records should have to be exposed, especially if it's dealing with issues of sexual assault. The court. There have been 2 subpoenas. One was issued by opposing counsel as they obtained mental health records of our client without a release. We have concerns about based on the history of the parties and the history of this case, that information being disclosed. We'd also like that any medical records that get admitted into evidence will be put under seal. We also filed motion for that as well. The court. Okay, Mr. Pure, let's take the first motion to appear electronically, and that was for the custodian records. Any objection? Pure. I have, I guess. The clarification, Your Honor. The doctor whose office prepared these records, there is some matter of, I think, potential credibility and impeachment that may be difficult, kind of just given that confines electronic testimony. But I'm happy to attempt to navigate those so we can both take those up if they come up. And Judge, to clarify, it is solely the custodian of records to authenticate the records because the records speak for themselves. We are not anticipating calling the doctor. The court, all right, the motion will be granted. Mr. Locke, thank you. The court, all right, with respect to the second motion to seal the medical records, any objection? Mr. Pure, no, Your Honor. All right, the motion is granted as well. Well, that's nice and simple, easy introduction. Anything else we need to take up on this time? I think it's from preliminary the court. Given I've granted the first motion to the custodian to appeal electronically in terms of timing, we're going to need to generate the Zoom link to provide that to you, both of you parties. What are you intending calling this witness in terms of that order? Where I call my client. And I would assume on break opposing counsel I can talk about whether those records can come to the purpose of authenticity and why we're having a custodian of records, which we can discuss that on break. The court, sure, okay. So then just looking at the time, I would imagine that we would probably take a break around noon. That works for me. We're going fast because this is not the gist of stuff. This is just the introduction of a standard court starting. Would you like to make any opening remarks, Mr. Locke? Mr. Locke, briefly, Judge, if the court would allow. Please, yes, of course. This case has been pending, Judge, since August 21st of 2025, and it's a protective order based on sexual assault as well as stalking and harassment. Tectone, okay? Sexual assault, stalking, and harassment. We'll get into the issues of what has occurred, but to give the court some background, these parties are streamers. It's a foreign concept to me, but I've learned more about that in the last couple of months than I ever thought I would. They have an immense amount of following, and I think Mr. Pure at our continuance hearing in the extension mentioned and made reference to all the parties being like Brad and Angelina, but like of the Twitch streaming that they do for the online gaming world. All of these parties have a relationship. The court will hear details of the sexual and the nature of sexual relations between the parties that arise to give the claims of sexual assault. What the court will also hear evidence of how it came that my client came to live with the opposing party, Mr. Robertson. It was kind of a bait and switch. It was, hey, come here. Oh, God, this is going to be. It was, hey, come here and help me with my social media and move in. You can live rent-free. And when she moved in, it became, oh, well, you need to give me oral sex to compensate for your rent. That is fucking crazy. That is sexual extortion. I am blown away. So imagine somebody says, hey, you can live for free if you come help me work for me. You can live for free where I live. And then you move in, and then they're like, well, you need to suck my cock in order to pay rent. I wonder if the quartering would do something like that. So you're going to hear some information about coercive control. This is interesting. Okay, so one of the things, I like this already. I like that they're going to... I'm really curious to see this argument for coercive control because this is a thing in relationships, and I think this doesn't get taken seriously very often because people use this definition in applications where it's not actually applicable. But already this statement, assuming it's true, you don't have to pay rent if you suck my dick, but you're also going to work for me. That's insane. That's disgusting. So, and mind you, I know we're covering this, but this protective order was granted for 10 years. Okay? I haven't read through all this. I've only seen parts of this. So just understand this is probably going to get worse. So you're going to hear some information about coercive control. You're going to hear about what he recorded without her consent in sexual acts. You're going to hear, Judge, that he would demean her by having her write the word slut and come here on her face before he made her perform oral sex. Well, this is definitely getting graphic. What you're also going to hear about this case, Your Honor, is that they never actually engaged in traditional intercourse. It was only ever he received a blowjob, and there was never any reciprocation onto my client. That's crazy, dude. So Tectone doesn't eat pussy. Tectone doesn't play with the clit. Tectone doesn't make out. Tectone does nothing. He just what? Just sits here like, oh yeah, I got here. I'll suck my dick if you want your rent paid. Like, I come on, dude. This is like, this type of thing already is like typical incel shit where like the only reason a woman exists is for that man to literally have pleasure, and that is it. And anything about them as a human being, worthless, stupid, whore, slut. They're worthless because you're a woman. This is incel shit right here, as FYI, where they don't think that like if they're in a relationship with somebody that they have to do anything, or like, you know, there's mutual pleasure when it comes to people having intercourse, but this is definitely one-sided and very, very gross. In addition, there was never any really kissing. How do you have sex and not kiss? Well, I mean, this is sexual assault in this case, so, or sexual extortion, but still, like, man, I'm sorry, I could never have sex and not kiss someone. That's just like, that just doesn't work. I find mouth stimulation in general and kissing, like, wonderful. He would want to spit in her mouth, but she refused. And you're also going to hear a lot about, and I think what you will hear, Judge, is that my client, and all the evidence will show that my client has been essayed before, a very ugly essay in her early 20s, and knew what that was. Well, that's fucked up. She didn't understand until she got out of this relationship how bad it was. And then what you will see, Judge, is that he used his platform from the time they broke up until the court signed that emergency protective order in August of 2025, that he went on a consistent rampage on her on social media. The court will recall at the last hearing, the court said, and I will caution that all parties to stay off social media, especially as it relates to this case. And Mr. Robertson, Tectone, that day went and posted something about the fucking case. See, there's a reason I'm making a Tectone video, an actual X-Files video on Tectone, because this guy cannot adhere to any rulings of anything. And so what you will see in this consistent threats on social media, where he has told his audience, over to 1 million subscribers, that he suffers from schizophrenia and that he has delusions at least once a month, but they're relatively controlled. This is Tectone we're talking about. He has also said, he has also said in addition on social media posts that he will take her down and he will expose the truth. He goes on rampages about women, etc. And what my client and the evidence will show is that since this protective order has been in effect, my client has had peace for the first time since they broke up, because he has, for the most part, been retained in what he's allowed to do online. Oh my, is there a way to make this stupid little thing go away? I don't like this bubble popping up. Every time I just like select something, it just pops up on my screen and it drives me crazy. Is there how do I turn this thing off? It's AI. I don't want AI. This is so annoying, man. Does anybody know how to turn this thing off on how do I turn AI? I don't even know how to turn AI. I've never AI assistant on this. PDF file tools, edit all tools, AI assistant. How do I turn this off? I don't want AI assistant, goddammit. Turn off. This is so irritating. It's very hard for me to read this when this thing keeps popping up over my text. And the concern is based on his own statements to his streamers. and we have the videos, Judge, that of the protective order goes away, that my client's life will turn into a nightmare again. My client is on the spectrum for autism and suffers from anxiety disorder. Oh, shit. Well, I relate to you there. Autism friends. It's really unfortunate case, and what is difficult about it is because both of these parties earn their living from social media and streaming, that any effect that puts on social media for then, any of the threats, it gets back to her. He knows they get back to her, and he knows that it can affect her business. And the court will hear a little bit of details of how online streaming works and compensation, but it's very much she thought if she left him that all of her social media and all of her income would go away. But at the end of the day, we're asking the court to grant this protective order for the appropriate time period this court determines under the statutory authority, and it orders attorney's fees in connection with the granting of that protection order. The court, all right. Thank you, Mr. Locke. Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, just very briefly, I think the court is going to hear what the court is going to see for itself in this documentation will be offered, and my expectation will be admitted, is that the summation of the relationship could not be farther from the truth. I think what you will hear is that the applicant was the one who reached out to Mr. Robertson to begin the relationship, and that a romantic relationship was begun in December of 2022. Okay, so Tectone's lawyer is switching it, saying that actually it was her who reached out for the business opportunity and probably wanted to move in with him. Menu, preferences, windows, menu. Where's the menu? I don't even... Menu, preferences, windows, or view, preferences, Mac, select generative AI, and select deselect enable generative AI features. I don't even know... Where is the edit? I don't even know where the menu option is in this. Update tool preference? My God, fucking... Dude, I fucking hate this program. It is one of the worst programs, literally, to read PDFs. And that the romantic relationship progressed, as many do, and they moved in together. It's true that the applicant never paid rent. What I think you're going to hear is that Mr. Robertson, Tectone, had male roommates who didn't pay rent either. Mr. Robertson has been fortunate in his finances. He makes pretty good money doing what he does, and he is happy to accommodate friends, romantic relationships in that way. There was never any quid pro quo associated with it. Now, there were certainly intimate, as people in a relationship are, and I think you're going to see the evidence of the nature of that relationship and how consensual it was. It's my expectation you're also going to hear about a police report that was filed in February of 24th where the applicant against Mr. Robertson's ex-wife, and the nature of that police report was the applicant believed that John's ex-wife was recording them in their intimate interactions with each other. Oh. You're going to hear that the nature of the police report, and that at the point in February of 2024, you know, a year and a half into their relationship, she never made any claims about these alleged recordings contained evidence of sexual victimization or that it contained any evidence that John had been abusing her. Further, she never made any outcry to the officer Offman with the Lender Police Department that she was a victim, that she was a survivor, that John abused her sexually or in any other way. Further, you're going to hear that in the applicant files lawsuit against John's ex-wife in the Williamson County. On Windows, the Adobe file edit view edit. Yeah, dude, what I have on here is different than what you're to remove that thing. It's literally nothing on here. My options, I just have edit view, which is typically loaded at the very top window. If it's missing, press F9 to toggle F9. There's nothing on this. I don't know. I'm just gonna have to deal with it. Fuck this stupid program. Stupid AI shit. Drives me fucking crazy. Where was I? And the nature of the lawsuit. The nature of the lawsuit was that the center around these alleged recordings that John's wife had made from cameras that were installed in the house when they were married. You're going to hear that in this lawsuit, the applicant details lies that had been told by John's ex-wife online, very similar to the allegations in this case. The applicant made some bold proclamations online to her followers and then followed up with this lawsuit. You're going to hear among these lies that she details in this lawsuit that John's ex-wife was allegedly spreading online, and that she was John's sex slave, and that she was being groomed to be his sex slave. And she unequivocally says in those statements that are lies that are not true. In fact, she characterizes those disgusting lies. You're going to hear that the lawsuit was filed in the end of June in 2024, a month after the last detail of sexual abuse she mentions in her application for a protective order. You're also going to hear less than a month after May 28th and May 29th, the incident that she discloses in the application for protective order, she's filing that this lawsuit saying that the notion that she is a sex slave or has been groomed to be his sex slave is a disgusting lie. You're also going to hear that she was admitted to Austin Oaks about a month after she files this lawsuit, the end of July 2024. You're going to see for yourself in writing, you're going to see for yourself, what the fuck, dude? You're going to see for yourself in writing that the intake staff of the Austin Oaks asked her about her history of sexual victimization, and they asked specifically blank, 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 6 months being the span that covers both of the specific allegations in the application for protective order. And she says, they go on to ask more specifically, and she says, a time period that preceded any interaction between the parties at all. You're going to be able to see that for yourself in writing. In addition to, my expectation is that you're going to see the text message communications between the parties. It's going to give you a better context of the nature of the relationship, one that was purely romantic, one that ran its course, and one that ended, unfortunately, because of the applicant. So it's my expectation at the end of all this, the evidence, of course, is going to have no reservations, denying the application for the protective order, and we're going to ask you to respectfully do so. Court, all right. Thank you, Mr. Poyer. Mr. Locke, please call the first witness. I call my client. All right. If you would please have a seat in witness stand, make yourself comfortable, and we'll hear you swear in. Go ahead. Chief swears in. Please state your name for the record. You're the applicant of this protective order. Is that correct? Yep. At the time that you filed this application for protective order, were you a resident of the county? I was. Williamson County at the time. Does Mr. Robertson live in Jefferson County? I believe at the time he did. All right. At the time you were living with Mr. Robertson, were you all living in Travis County? Yes. Okay. And so the acts that took place that you've alleged in your protective took place in Travis County. Is that correct? Yes. Are you seeking a protective order against Mr. Robertson, Tectone? Is that right? Yes. Can you tell the court why? She says, he has relentlessly harassed me, threatened me, and threatened to ruin my life. It's been a nightmare. I've been having to get therapy for all of this obviously sexual assault and things he's done, and I would like to move on and live my life and not have to be consistently afraid of things he's doing or threatening me just because I want to move on and stop being scared. Okay, in your application for protective order, you signed a declaration. Do you recall that? Yes. Miss Locke, Tectone's lawyer. Judge, forgive me. I have not practiced in front of you before. I have the digital and I have the paper, and I don't know if you would. How would you like me to present? Because I've got, my client needs to see some evidence we're going to introduce.
You're not the only one who is driven crazy by AI. I work for a Verizon call center. Starting with May 1st, all human care reps will be replaced with AI.
Well, human care reps are already shit to begin with, so they don't really do a good job, so AI is just making the job even more shitty. I mean, I'd rather talk to a human rather than AI personally, but it doesn't surprise me. I mean, all call centers are going to be turning into AI. That's just, from a financial standpoint, that's what's more profitable for businesses, so that's what they're going to do. Sucks, but that's what AI is doing. I'm eventually going to get replaced by AI in my driving job when the vehicles become to the point where they don't need to be driven ever. Thank you, Wiseman TV, for the 50 RON. What currency is RON, and how much is 50 RON? I don't even know what that is. Sorry. I appreciate it, though. Thank you. My client needs to see some of the evidence we're going to introduce. If you want me to do it electronically, but I do have a paper copy for you. Court says that paper's fine. Are you talking about the actual declaration? Yes, the actual declaration. I do have that. Well, Judge, I'm going to move to introduce Applicant's Exhibit 1, which is the actual application for the protective order with a declaration that is attached. All right. Any objection? Nope. That's the application that you filed. Is that correct? Yes. All right. Can you turn to the page where your declaration starts, which is, can I help you out with that? Page 5? Yes. All right. When did you, let's give the court a little bit of background. What is it that you did at the time for living when you met Mr. Robertson? 50 RON is $10. All right. Thank you. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. What is it that you did for the time you're living with Mr. Robertson? At the time, I was a fairly small streamer and I did GTA roleplay online. So like voice acting and storytelling with other streamers. Oh boy, so already GTA, so she was a GTA roleplay online person? What is GTA? Grand Theft Auto. Okay, so when you say that we're small streamer, can you quantify that for the court in terms of what a large streamer versus a small streamer? A large streamer would have to be around 5,000 viewers consistently. Mine was 200, but I think at the time I had less than 100,000 followers at the time. I'm sorry, 500. By 500, you mean 500,000 followers? Sorry. Less than 100,000 at the time on Twitch. At the time that you met Mr. Robertson, how many they were called followers? Is that correct? Yeah. How many did he have at the time before you met him? I think almost 1 million. No, I didn't call you shit, bro. I'm saying that most customer service at phone reps are shit. At least in America. Verizon is horrible. Comcast is horrible. Phone reps in America are terrible. They do not help me. But I'd rather talk to a human person over AI any day. But most of the customer service I've dealt with are shit. That doesn't mean that you're shit, man. Read between the lines. All right. What is it that Mr. Robertson did at the time that you met him? He would play Got You games, which is like Chinese gambling games, like with anime girls and characters like that. Okay, well, and is that how did Mr. Robertson earn income at the time? To the best of your knowledge. I believe he was making $100,000 a month. Holy shit, dude. I can't imagine making that much money in a month. Live streaming, doing gambling. What am I doing wrong? I could just sit on stream, make $100,000 a month and just gamble it away. Really makes me rethink my life. Maybe I should just become a criminal. What was that from doing anything in particular? If you know, he was streaming the games, and then it was also part of a very large gaming organization called One True King. They had basically all the largest streamers in Austin, and, you know, like, they had a lot of control over the space. Okay. Just because I don't know in Austin is a large market for streamers, it has a large market for some of the largest streamers. Okay. And what are some, if this is a OTK, is that correct? Yes. All right. And Mr. Robertson was a member of OTK? Now, OTK is the organization was by Mizkif, by the way. Yes, and are you a member of the OTK? Absolutely not. Why not? I was way too small. Nobody in that sense. Okay, the people that belong to OTK, how many followers did those particular individuals have? Millions. Millions. Millions, okay. And Mr. Robertson was at the level of millions? I believe he was on his way, yes. All right. And how did you meet Mr. Robertson? Answer. I had a friend that recommended I reach out to him because we were supposed to, I guess, have some lunch thing. And he's like, he also likes anime. You should reach out. He seems really cool. And so I reached out on Twitter and he wanted to hang out right away. And we began a friendship. Okay. You heard the opposing counsel indicate that you had pursued him and wanted to get into a relationship with Mr. Robertson. Was that accurate? No. All right. Tell the court what is accurate version of that, of all you getting together. Answer. I told him at the time I did not want to date at the time. I would never date a streamer. That's why I was currently online dating apps, because I just wanted to date a little bit outside. Is there another program that I can use outside of this one for the file to open up a PDF? I mean, Chris Production, I'm down. This is what is on. This is what when I open a PDF, it's just the program it uses. I just let it do. Is there a better program to read PDF files? Because if there is, tell me and I can do that. But I don't like this program. But it is. This is all I got. Why does it matter who pursued who? I don't know. I mean, that's a good question. I don't know why it matters. But I told him I did not want to date at the time. I would never date a streamer, and that's why I was currently online dating apps. Because I just wanted to date a little bit outside. I tried talking to somebody in the streaming space. It wasn't really sure about it, and he then had me sit in his bathroom one time and had like a very emotional conversation and kind of used that as leverage, you know, to convince me to try dating him. Okay. How did it go from convincing you to dating him to moving in together with him? He told me, he said, I will change your life. I'm an OTK. I have connections. You should just move in with me. You won't have to pay rent, and I will help you, and you will try and help me. He's like, I'll get you some... He's like, I'll get... What? He's like, I'll get you here's some vitamins. And I was like, I'll change your life and we'll get you better. And he kept telling me that he's going to change my career. Oh, this is like already like Harvey Weinstein. Like, I'll make you a fucking famous person. I'll make you successful. I'll give you anything you want. You'll be the next top streamer. Interesting. Imagine trying to flex your fucking clout or your followers, or like, I'm super big. I can make your career in order to have sex or to date somebody. It's fucking cringe. Just hand me a Magnum and I'd fucking blow my brains out if I'd ever do that. I'm a YouTuber with 500,000 followers. You should go on a date with me. Come on, let's date, guys. My 500,000 followers, I can make your career. Like, come on, dude. Isn't he older than me too? Holy shit, that's disgusting. Okay, and is it a big deal belonging to OTK? Absolutely, it's massive. Okay, just so the court understands, why is that? Because they have pretty much control in the Austin to make or break your career, whether you get invited to collaborations or to get sponsorships. They also have control, and the owners own one of the largest management companies that I have been a part of at the time, or he got me into it because there was another promise that he said he could do. Okay, and do you know what Mr. Robertson's role in OTK was? He was a core member. He was a what? A core member. What is a core? What does that mean? Well, it's like the main members, like represent of the organization. Okay, so from your understanding of the authority of Mr. Robertson had within so it was your understanding of the... Oh my God, I can't read. So what was your understanding of the authority that Mr. Robertson had with OTK? Answer, like, I got invited to everything. He could get you into parties, he could get you into collaborations, and then obviously he was working with Mythic Talent, and it could get you into Mythic Talent. And that's a huge if you're wanting to get money and sponsorships. Okay, what is Mythic Talent? It is, I believe Mr. Robertson has a part of, or some ownership in it, of another member who owns it. It's just like a media management where they manage creators and give them sponsorships and collaborations. And what promises, if any, did Mr. Robertson make to you about the career if you moved in with him? He said he would come on my stream, like you will be a good dynamic, you know, explain to me having a hot cosplay girl living in his house. Oh my God. What was the arrangement that you had before you had moved in with regards to rent? I would help him with some thumbnails. So in my assumption, it would just be me helping him because I do graphic design and media. So I make his thumbnails and edit things for him. Just so the record is clear, what are thumbnails? God, you have to explain things to these archaic judges who aren't updated on modernality. So when he posts things on YouTube videos, I have to go into Photoshop and create a graphic design for him. Okay, and at some point did the arrangement for rent change? It changed after we moved into Chestnut Ridge. Okay, and what changed? It went from answer, make this thumbnail for me, to he kept telling me to suck his dick. And at the time, he would tell me, do your job, don't pay the rent, and those are the words that I clearly remember. Okay, how soon after did Chestnut was in Austin, Texas? Is that right? Yes. How soon after you moved in the Chestnut address did those activities start occurring with Mr. Robertson? A, right away. I didn't have any inclinations of like issues until we moved into the home. Okay. How soon after you moved did those issues begin? A, pretty right away. I think once he had said that in particular, I felt disgusted. I then told him that, and then told him I wanted to pay rent, and that's why soon afterwards, the end of, I believe it was the end of February, I started paying rent. I gave him $1,000. I said I didn't like that dynamic. It made me feel disgusting. Question. Do you recall when you moved into the address? I believe early to February. Been 2003, 2024. Okay, so he made that demand, and then you said no and started paying rent. Yes. All right. When you started paying rent, can you recall when? I believe February 23rd. Did you consistently pay rent until you moved out of the residence? Yes, it was consistent. Yes, it wasn't consistent. He changed the pricing a lot. Okay, what was the highest amount of rent you paid to him? $4,000? He paid him $4,000 for rent? Holy shit. Question, $4,000? Yes. What were the circumstances that he raised your rent from $1,000 to $4,000? He told me that I would be moving into the next home and started having me pay double the rent when I started making more money. Were there any demands for sexual acts when the rent went up as well? I believe at the time it was more of an obligation. You mean the sex was an obligation? Witnesses nods his head. Can you describe what you mean for that to be the court? Like, for example, after I had my breast surgery and I couldn't, like, do it for him, he would get very upset because I had to lay up straight. Am I allowed to talk about that situation? Question. So let's talk about that in just a second. Sorry. Question. So hang on. You suffer from what? Anxiety, right? Yes. Okay. You were also, you're also on the spectrum? Yes. All right. So when you were when you were taking breaths, you were trying to calm yourself down. Is that right? Yes. Okay. So let's talk about what happened. When did you get your breast augmentation? I believe in late 2023, and then I had to get it redone in 2024, earlier in 2025. All right. And in August of 2023, that was the incident that you were just talking about? Yes. It was May 2024. Okay. So it was after your revision. This was the revision part, and that is the incident when the incident occurred. Okay. So in May of 2024, tell the court what happened. I was lying in my bed, and my doctor told me that I had to sit up straight. Like, I can't lie down or to the side or anything because I still had stitches in, and it will still take heavy medication. He was getting very unruly, like, upset that I couldn't give him blowjobs during my healing period. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Okay, so when you said he would get upset and unruly, can you describe for the court what he would actually do? He, Tectone, would like, so you think you can suck my dick? Or he just seemed very annoyed, I guess, is a good word for it. Very annoyed. And in this incident, I was laying in bed and he's like, do you think you could still suck my dick? And I was like, I told you I can't. Like, the doctor said I have to lay up straight, so I'm going to lay up straight. And I'm like, no, not right now. I'm really sorry I can't do that for you, because I felt he made me feel bad about it. What happened next? He then grabbed my shoulders and put me over his stomach, and then began jerking off on my face and told me to stick out my tongue until he came on my face. And did you consent to him doing that? No. I told him I can't. I think after that point, I think he was just kind of in shock. Like, I think there's just circumstances that I say no and assume that's enough to say no, that I can't. Did it cause you to have any physical pain in that incident? I was under a lot of medication, but I think I was just scared that it was going to mess up any of the stitches I currently had healing. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. So she's heavily medicated while in surgery, and he just like flips her over and fucking starts ferociously masturbating. Okay. Had there been other incidents like that before where you had some kind of cosmetic procedure and require you to do the same action? Yes. Okay. When was that, if you can recall? Do you mind if I look? You have your affidavit. Thank you. It's been introduced to evidence. You need to review that. Okay. I can't recall. I think the last incident, I got it mixed up with this date because I read the date. Okay. So May of 2024. All right. What happened in May of 2024? I had just gotten my lips done. They were very swollen and painful. Like, you could still see the injection sites. And he asked me to suck his dick, and I said no, that it would ruin my lip injections because, you know, if you don't let them settle, it will migrate. And he's like, oh, but it's really hot. It's really hot when they're swollen like that. They're all big and fat. And I'm like, I can't because it's going to mess up my face. And he then, because this happened when we were lying in bed, he then put my face and made me suck his dick. Okay, when you say that he made you, I know this is difficult for you. Can you describe to the court what actions he took to force you to do so? He grabbed the back of my head and slowly put it to his stick and told me to open my mouth and suck his dick. He also made public comments about this as well that I believe is in my timeline. Okay, we'll get to the public comments in your minute, but did you end up having issues with your lip filler after the incident? A, yes. Because he did that, it did migrate, and I complained to him multiple times afterwards that what he did caused me the migration. And he's like, oh, it doesn't look that bad. It's not that big a deal, is what he would say. Oh my god, dude. And what did you have done, if anything, to correct that? I had to get them dissolved and then fixed. God, dude, that's horrible. Let's talk a little bit about the relationship did you have in your own room at the residence. I was paying for one room, and because of the other roommate, he would complain that the other roommate wasn't paying rent all the time. So he told me for me, so I offered to pay for another room to help pay for the rent because he complained about money a lot. So did you all, I guess, cohabitate in the same bedroom? Yes. He had me sleep with him a lot because he always mentioned that with his schizophrenia, he was afraid to sleep alone, and I felt guilty and bad if I didn't. Imagine using your look, I don't like sleeping alone either, and I have depression, but imagine using like a mental health disorder to say like, to get somebody to sleep with you and make them feel bad about not sleeping in the same bed as you. That is such a fucking manipulative fucking thing to do. Tectone, you're disgusting. Absolutely gross. Okay, he has admitted that to you, that he's schizophrenic? Yes, and publicly. Okay, he's actually done so on his streams, right? Yes. Do you know if what medications he takes for his schizophrenia? He said he used to take them when he was younger, and he didn't like that. I guess he didn't make him. I guess it didn't make him himself, so he doesn't take them anymore. And are you aware that this goes back when you were living together, that he was taking medications that you were aware of his schizophrenia? Didn't you say that he made like $100,000 a month? Yeah. At the earlier up, it did say that he made over $100,000 a month, but I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know. I do not know. Also, if anybody likes the stream, please hit the membership, hit the little $sign. Become a member of the channel. It's absolutely only $5 to become a membership, and you get special perks. I would appreciate it. I'm trying by June, I'm trying to get to, I think 100 members is my goal. We're at 16 right now. And are you aware this goes back to when you were living together? Was he taking any medications that you were aware of his schizophrenia? No. Did you ever see him have any schizophrenic episodes? Many. Okay. Can you describe for the court what is it he was like and when he would have a schizophrenic episode? You've been watching for so long. Well, welcome, Cybernetic Vampire. Appreciate you. He mentioned one time he was driving with his friend Jimmy, and he almost crashed his car because he saw somebody behind him. I guess speaking to him because he sees people walking around as well, as he would get scared because he says he sees versions of myself giving myself suicide around the house. What? Versions of you? Yes, and that my face would be melting when he looked at me and it would scare him. Okay. And he never went and sought psychiatric care to the best of your knowledge? No, I tried to tell him many times, especially because he told me he almost crashed his car and he had a lot of these issues where he was consistently afraid or paranoid. Question. Did you at all in your relationship ever have any traditional like vaginal sex? No. Okay, why not? Because he told me of trauma. Then he mentioned his ex-wife, but I don't know if I can go into that. Well, there's an NDA related to that particular lawsuit, right? Yes. He had her sign an NDA. Interesting. I don't know much about the ex-wife. Okay, so we won't talk about the details of that. What else did he tell you about why he did not engage in traditional vaginal intercourse with you? He said that his sister molested him when he was a younger, and he consistently told me that he was disgusted by vaginas. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. So he's disgusted by vaginas because his sister essayed him. Okay. Did you all ever like kiss or like do anything in a normal relationship? We did hug a lot, but he was not a fan of kissing because he said he would get a lot of saliva in his mouth, and that's so consistently. Anyone who knows him knows that he spits all the time when he walks around. Ew. And what did he ask you to do instead of the traditional kissing? Multiple times he would ask if he could just spit in my mouth. And what was your response to him? No, I personally haven't discussed for like spit stuff myself. Question, all right. So were there any interactions where he was physical with you to engage in relation that would make you happy? Never. And so did he ever have his places ever touched you physically under your pants? Not in my pants, no. Question, okay. I'm so sorry to be explicit, but his hands never touched your vagina. Is that correct? Answer, no. Okay. Did his penis ever touch your vagina? Answer, never. Question. And so the only activity was the blowjobs. A, question, answer. Yes, me giving him blowjobs. Question, how often would he record you during the blowjobs? I would say about 40% of the time. Question, okay. Did he ever do so with your consent? A, I could say maybe 2 or 3 times where he asked, and then it got to the point where he just didn't ask. There were many times where I didn't like it, and I would squint my eyes, and he would just get upset and delete the recording, and then start like recording, and he's like, I need you to open your eyes, make noises, stick your tongue out. I don't want to do it, but I'm making a huffing like moaning noises, and I look at the camera and look at the camera and look like you like it is what he would tell me when he would record again. And did he do anything else in regards to the oral sex with him that you disliked? I didn't really like the cum, and so much with the spit thing, just personal trauma, I didn't like it. And so he would always want to try, like, his goal, I guess, was to get me to swallow his milk a lot. There's a lot. Most of the time I would just gag a lot. Did you tell him no? Answer, I would just tell him I don't really like it, and he wanted to make it a goal to get me to do it. Question, how did he convey that to you? That he wanted to do that? That was his goal? Question, or answer, he's like, oh, just gotta keep doing it and you'll get used to it. Question, did he ever make you write something on your face? Answer, yes. Question, can you tell the court about that? Answer, he told me to go to the courtroom. He told me to go to the bathroom, and I believe that it was for the derogatory word of slut on my forehead and come here with an arrow pointing to my mouth. And he said if I did that, then we'll have normal sexual relationship and we'll have normal sex if I did that. And I guess like in my head, I thought if I did it, we'd just have a normal relationship. Sorry. It's okay. Take a breath. I'm sorry. It's okay. I'm sorry. Mr. Locke, break, please. The court, yes. Let's take recess. All right. Thank you, Judge. Brief recess. Direct examination continued by Mrs. Locke. So when he told you that you would all have a normal relationship if you did that particular act, is that right? Answer, yes. Okay. Question, at any point, did you all have any normal relationships after that? Answer, no. Question, at what point did the relationship start to unravel and get close to ending? Answer, we had a talk and mutually decided to end it more, I believe on his side. And then soon after, we had a talk and got back together, and then I ended the relationship later on. Question, and you all had discussions. He would address your mental health, right? Answer, yes. He said that whenever I had complaints about how he was treating me or anything, he would say, because I'm autistic, my version of reality is not like normal people, that he would have to explain to me what's really going on. What a what? He said, because I'm autistic, my version of reality is not like normal people, and that he would have... Okay, first of all, this is projection right here, because he's the one with schizophrenia. Me being autistic, you being autistic doesn't make our version of reality normal. It's actually how we process information and how we see things. Like, I'm gonna still see a dog as a dog, a cat as a cat, a car as a car, a big booty Latina as a big booty like, me being autistic doesn't change my reality. How I process information, how my brain sees things, and how I process math, numbers, words, how I read things, how I learn things, that's what my autism affects. It doesn't affect... That is such a horrible thing to fucking say. Jesus Christ. And you had a journal, is that right? Or you had a journal? Answer, I kind of just started one. He had me write a list of things he said that were wrong with me, that he said I needed to give a psychiatrist. He then later graded me on things he thinks I need to work on. Holy incel, dude. This is horrible. And what did he say to you that needed to go see a psychiatrist for? That my memory recollection was incorrect, that I believe I wrote it in the journal. I can't remember by specific. Mr. Locke. Okay, I sent you a copy of this, but this is the actual journal by Miss Locke. Would you see in the journal help you refresh your recollection? Yes. May I approach? Blah, blah, blah. Hang on. It's the journal you wrote. I'm actually not going to introduce the journal. Answer, okay, I see it. Question, all right. Do you remember what was in it? Do you remember what was that he was complaining with regards to you and your mental state? Yes. Answer. He said I was immature, that my memory recollection was incorrect, and that my phrasing that, you know, he would say things, and then I would phrase it incorrectly, that I lacked communication skills, that I was depressed and dooming a lot, that I wasn't a positive person, that I didn't take accountability, that I was not independent enough, I was paranoid and had no emotional control. Wow. Mr. Tectone is the person saying this to her. Question, did he accuse you of being a schizophrenic? Answer, he felt like it at times. Question, okay. What are your actual, like, sitting here today, mental health diagnoses? Answer, I'm autistic as well as have an anxiety disorder. Question, okay. You've not been diagnosed with bipolar disorder? Answer, I was misdiagnosed and correctly diagnosed with autism, and I was diagnosed with autism twice by psychiatrists and medical professionals. I heard some crazy shit about whiteboards, but I may be confusing this with other degenerate scumbag. I mean, there's a lot of stuff on Tectone. Question, okay, so they replaced the bipolar with the autism spectrum disorder? Answer, that was the primary care doctor. He just gave me like, oh, I think this is what you actually might have, but it wasn't a psychiatrist. And then I went to see an actual psychiatrist and got it correctly diagnosed. Question, and there's been discussion of hospitalization that you had. Do you recall that? Yes. Question, all right. You went to Austin Oaks, right? Answer, yes. Did you also do so voluntarily, or were you forced to go? Answer, I think because of the situation I was in, I just wanted to get out. I think because of the list he gave me, I went to an online doctor, told them that the list of things he told me to tell her, and she gave me medications that made me just shake. And because obviously I'm not schizophrenic or anything, so it doesn't work for me. And I just needed to get out. I needed to get out of that house. Question, when did that online appointment, was there anyone with you when you did that online appointment? Answer, no. But he had me write a list of things what I needed to tell her. Is he using her to get medication from a doctor? Am I right? Guys, are like... So he's having her go to a doctor, list items of things that are wrong with her to get medication for him. I believe it was blank. Question, and did that work for you in any ways? Answer, no. I tried to tell him, oh, it's great, it's fine. But I would tell my assistant, and I was like, this is making me shake. I don't like the way this makes me feel. Question, are you currently taking it? Absolutely not. Question, okay, so the Austin Oaks, where did you go after? Let me back up a little. How long were you at Austin Oaks? 3 days. What were your discharge instructions? Just blank. I can't remember what it was, but instead I decided to go ahead and see a therapist. Question. Okay. Did you actually have any acts of like intentionally self-harm? No. Question. So what was the reason you went? Answer. I needed to get out of the house. I think at the time I was just confused. Like I knew something was, my gut was wrong. Like I was being treated, but you know, he was telling me otherwise. And I was just confused and just, I called my sister. I said, I need to get out. I just need to see somebody. I need to get out of this place. I calmly packed my clothes, told my roommate, hey, I'm going to be leaving. I'm not feeling good. And then my sister drove me. I went there. They said, hey, there's nothing we can really do. You're fine. But if you want, you can admit yourself to get evaluated. Question. Okay. Did you self-admit? Answer. Yes. Question. When were you discharged or left Austin Oaks? Did you go back to the same residence with Mr. Robertson? Answer. No. Question. Where did you go after that? Answer. I went to my mom's. I did go to his house to collect my items when he wasn't there. And that's when I confided in at the time, his roommate that I guess that was going to be moving in. I said, I'm afraid of him. I'm really scared. I'm going to head and stay at my mom's because I can't be here. Question. And you heard opposing counsel indicate in the opening that you didn't make any reference to Mr. Robertson being abusive when you went to Austin Oaks. Do you call him saying that? Answer. I'm sorry, I'll rephrase. Do you recall opposing counsel in his opening statements making the comment that you didn't mention anything wrong about Mr. Robertson when you were at Austin Oaks? Answer. Yes, I remember. Question. When was the first time you realized that what was going on, that it was sexual assault? Answer. It was after I moved my stuff out and I talked to the online friend and I felt safe enough to speak to somebody about the events that had occurred. TechTone was one of the dumbest people I had to share air with. That we had to, oh, I thought you said you had to. I was going to say, wow, you shared air with him? Give me the deets, Mega Doomer. Answer. It was after I moved my stuff out. I talked to an online friend and I felt safe enough to speak about the events that occurred. Question. Have you had any contact with law enforcement regarding these allegations? Answer. Yes. When did you make contact with law enforcement? Do you mind if I look? Look through your affidavit. May I retrieve my journal? The court, you may. Answer. I believe it was around January 25th. I do believe it was early next year. I just can't remember the exact date of when it went. Mr. Locke. Okay. Did you file for a criminal complaint? Yes, I filed a police report. Answer. What is the current status of that? A. Because of the harassment, I had to suspend it. Answer. Okay. They wanted what law enforcement want to do with regards to the phone call to Mr. Robertson. They wanted a preliminary call. Okay. And what was the pretext call? It was a pretext call. And what was your understanding of what you were supposed to do on that phone call? Call him and get him to talk about the things he did to me. Question. All right. Were you able to do so? Answer. No, because he was threatening me and harassing me publicly and I was scared. Question. We'll get into that in a second. But did you not follow along with what law enforcement wanted you to do? Answer. No. I did what I was recommended to do by a counselor that was there with me. Question. All right. And so around the time, did Mr. Robertson start posting on, what was it? Twitter, or is it X? I don't know. A. Answer. It was Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. He did it on all three. Question. And he started January of 2025. What he did was start doing it with regards to the online platforms. Answer. He started before then. He started, I believe, around November. He started the threats in 2024. And what kind of threats was he making online? I have a timeline on everything. But it was mainly, I'm going to sue you. He's also made threats that he's going to ruin me, that everyone was going to know the truth, that he was coming after me, that also there was explicit material that he shared with multiple people, and that he will post them online if I don't retract my statements. And it's just, there's almost 200 pages of it. Question. And you actually asked him to do, when you first broke up, what did you actually ask him to do with regards to the videos? Answer. I asked him multiple times in multiple circumstances, please delete any sexual footage you have of me because I knew that some of it was not consensual. And he would make a collage of my videos and things like that, and it was very disturbing. I didn't want him to have access to them. Question. Sitting here today, do you know if he has deleted any of those videos? Answer. I do not know. He's told me that he would then, one last time I requested, and he just did not respond. Question. Sitting here today, you have no idea if those videos still are in his possession. A. Answer. Yes, I'm not aware if he does or not. Question, are you concerned about what he will do if he has those? Answer, yes. Question, what are your concerns? A, that he'll post them publicly, continue to share them with more people as he had stated, and possibly, I don't want that. I don't think anybody wants that. Question, has he threatened you with putting that out there? Answer, yes. Question, how has he done so? Answer, I don't have the exact verbiage. It is in the timeline of what he said in his own words. Question, did you have to contact an attorney in early 2005 in regards to what was ongoing online? Answer, yes. It just gotten so overwhelming because no one wanted to associate with me because he was attacking me. He had attacked them as well. And I was becoming very isolated. I kind of had to rebuild my friend groups with my family. Sorry, what was the question? What was going online that gave you to the point where you had to hire an attorney back in early of 2025? Answer, even after going to the police, he would still not stop harassing me, and I had an attorney send him a cease and desist telling him that I had gone to the police and he needs to leave me alone. Question, did that stop him? Answer, no. In fact, he went publicly and laughed about it and said, she sent me a cease and desist for defaming her, but I'm going to keep defaming her. That is true. I saw a clip of Tectone doing that, which is fucking wild. That is wild. Question. That was February 6th of 2025. He posted a live stream on Twitch. Answer, I'm not sure the exact date that he did that. Question. He has made threats about going nuclear when legal situations between you and he ends. Answer, yes. And I believe it was the time he was like showing his guns and things. Question. And in fact, he's indicated on social media that he's schizophrenic and is strapping, referring to weapons. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Question. Tell the court you're concerned about the use of, or I'm sorry, his possession of firearms. A, I'm afraid that if he does, obviously, with threats, he gets so upset that he'll try to do something to me, especially because I do go to conventions and public things, or if he has an episode or anything that is upset enough. Question. And you filed for this protective order. So you first contacted an attorney in January, went to the police in January of 2025. Why is it that you filed the protective order application August of 2025? Answer. Well, first it was mainly just dealing with the police and preliminary call and trying to get it set up and whether this was the right move to do for my safety. And so it was just kind of kept getting pushed between the police and his threats. Question. And he, in the lawsuit, Miss Locke, I'll ask the court to take the judicial note of filing the application for protective order, which was August of 21st of 2025. The court, yep, may I approach, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to show you what we've marked in the applicant exhibit B. Are you able to identify that? Answer, yes. Question, okay. Without telling me what's in it, the statements in it, what is it? Welcome, Kurgan goes. A, answer. A tweet from Mr. Robertson, Tectone. Question, what does Mr. Robertson go on by on his social media? Tectone. Tectone. Question, and that's, can you spell for the court reporter? Yes. Tectone. All right. And what is it that you go by online? Pinkchu? Question, can you spell that for me? Pinchyu. All right. Is that true? An accurate copy of the message? Yes. When did you read this? Did you not know that this was related to you? Yes. How do you know this was related to you? This was many of his multiple times where he's named me or not named me. It was times where I sent the cease and desist or have gone to the police and he would make statements like this. Question, all right. This is true and correct copy of this? Yep. Ms. Locke, move to that introduce applicant 7. Any objection? Mr. Pereira, relevancy, Your Honor. I don't mean this could be about anything. I don't understand what relevance this has to the proceedings in front of the court. I don't think that these dots have been connected efficiently. That this would be my objection. The court, your objection is relevance. It's overruled. Applicant 7 is admitted. Mr. Locke, thank you. What was it that Tectone published 4 days after this application for a protective order was filed? Answer, I'm not sure of the dates correctly. Question, I'm sorry. Answer, what are those dates? Can you zoom in? I'm sorry. August 22nd, 2025. And this was the day right after the application was filed. Is that right? I believe so. Okay. Well, you've just received extensions to this ex parte protective order that was granted back in August. Is that right? Yes. Miss Judge, may I approach the witness? by Miss Locke. I'm going to show you what's been marked in the applicants 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. Will you look at those, please? Yes, I see. Let's start with those. Those are all like the last exhibits. Sigma 7, various screenshots of TechTone posting. Is that correct? Yes. Just to lay the foundation, you've not changed or modified these in any way. Is that correct? Yes. These are true and correct copies of social media posts that TechTone, aka Mr. Robertson, published. Is that correct? Yes. From 9/16/2025. Is that correct? Yes. Skip that, doesn't matter. Judge, I'd like to ask the court to take judicial notice. I'm sorry. Apologize for not standing, Judge. The court takes judicial notice of the agreed order for extension of a temporary ex parte protective order. I marked it and will move to introduce as applicant exhibit 3. Blah, 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 blah. It's not important. Let me lay the foundation on all of them. So it's true and correct of the copy of post that he put on 9/16/2025. Yes. Do you believe this one is about you? Yes. Why do you believe it's about you? Anytime there was an extension of something, he had to say something. Mr. Locke. Okay, Judge. I move to introduce applicant's exhibit 9. Lay the foundation. No problem. Objection. 9 is admitted. Can you go to number 10, please? The only thing is I don't have the exhibits, so I don't know what they're actually discussing here. We know it's tweets. He's tweeting about her. That's what we do know. This is a true copy of corrected post of TechTone. So they're just, all this is right here is they're confirming that the tweets are by TechTone on his Twitter. So let's do it all. What does Mr. Robertson tell you to his followers on 9/23/2025? If you think $10,000 is a lot to start VTubing, you should see how much women spend on their plastic surgery to start an OnlyFans or OF. OF stands for OnlyFans? Yes. Do you have an OnlyFans account? A, yes. When did you create your OnlyFans account? I believe towards the end of December of 2024. All right. Mr. Robertson knew you had an OnlyFans account? A, yes. Answer. He encouraged me to make one. Answer. Okay. But you're not doing any nudity on your account. Is that correct? A, I do not do full nudity. Question. All right. And he encouraged you to do so? A, we agreed that I did not do full nudity. Okay. First of all, I'm going to tell you right now, if I got any guys, any girls, if you want to do nudity or you don't want to do nudity, don't let your partner or somebody you're with tell you what you can and can't do. If you want to post your nudes on OnlyFans, you do what the fuck you want. Don't let anybody tell you what you can and can't post. Okay? Do we all agree with that in chat? Yes, you should agree with me. If you don't, fuck off. Question. But is he the one who encouraged you to make an OnlyFans? A, answer. To make an OnlyFans. I had a Fansly account at one time. OnlyFans is more stigmatized and kind of can hurt your career more than just having a Fansly. Question. And what do you mean? And what do you know that references to the 10K to start YouTubing is? What references that to? To make a VTuber model. Question. I'm so sorry. I'm just a lawyer. To make a graphic you gotta explain what a VTuber model is to a fucking lawyer. To make a graphic design for your streaming. Oh, okay. Let's go to 12. What does Mr. Robertson post in his audience to gain around the same date, September of 2025? Can you read that, please? Answer. I made a post about this earlier, and then I'm going to need to say it again. Do not chase crazy chicks. This is TechTone saying this. No, you will not fix them. No, it will not be worth it. Yes, it's fucking stupid. It's like inviting a rabid dog into your house. Sure, they might be cute, but things got rabies and they're going to kill your ass. You won't have a partner, you'll have a liability. And if you don't stoop to their delusions, they'll turn it against you and make you their next target. Find yourself a nice girl or a guy that you can communicate effectively with, not an adult with a mind of a deranged psychopath. That's so funny that he's saying that about her, despite the fact that we've already established that he has told her that she's schizophrenic and she's stupid and has a different version of reality because she has autism of all fucking things. Like, he's sexually assaulted her multiple times. He screwed her mouth surgery up by forcing his cock into her mouth against her will. He had breast surgery. Like, the first 10 pages of this is crazy. I'm already seeing why and how a judge granted this protective order for 10 years. I see why. And he's schizophrenic. Like, imagine telling someone you're schizophrenic while you're actually diagnosed with schizophrenia. Only TechTone, I suppose. Was there any doubts on this is who you referred to in your mind? A, it was me. Okay. How do you know it was you? Answer. He said multiple times with my name, specifically stated my name on stream and publicly said that I was crazy. Question. All right, let's go to 13. Are these the type of messages that you found to be harassing? Yes. Okay. Were these type of messages that your attorney requested he stop doing in the cease and desist? Yes. Question. All right, let's go to Exhibit A13. Tell me this. Do you do a little bit of like anime? What is it you do? Like you dress up as cosplay as anime characters? Yes. So back on October 3rd, 2025, 2 months after the protection order had been filed and the ex parte had been granted, what did he post on his socials? A. Don't put your dick in crazy. It's hot in anime. Stupid fuck. It's stupid as fuck in real life. Question. What else did he say about mental illness? A. Answer. You cannot fix mental illness, bro. You can medicate it, but there's a crapshoot. Get someone who you don't need to fix. Much easier. Question. Did you have any doubt that these were about you? Answer. No. Question. No, I had no doubt it was about me. Question. Did you know? How did your fans know at all? Because I don't know how this works. How did you learn that he was talking about you on social media? Answer. People in my community would let me know and tag me and at me. My friends, people in the space, because it did affect my livelihood and my consistent life, because people who work with me would be technically associated with somebody he's consistently attacking. And they were afraid he would also attack them as well. Which I think that's a perfectly valid stance to hold, especially when you have somebody as crazy as Tectone, whose dad is a certified rapist. Question. All right. And he lets us go to 13. Let's see. May I approach judge? I'm going to show you exhibits 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. No objection to these, Your Honor. No objection. Applicant 15. What is referring to in your allegation? Is that right? I believe so. All right. What does it say? They're going to hate what I found today. Your loss is now even more ineditable. Now I wait. Question. When you see these messages that he posts like this, how did you interpret them? Like, how did it make you feel? Answer. Like he's coming after me. Question. Okay. Then let's go to 16. So in the same month of October 2025, so shortly after the protective order was filed, what does Tectone, Mr. Robertson, post about you again? A. Answer. Another OnlyFans lying about SA, then just moves on. No damage done to them. Ruins a man's life for 3 years. Why is this so common? Question. And did you believe that this? And did you believe that this, what was also related to you in any way? Answer. Yes. Question. Why did you believe so? Answer. He does what he does. He gets what he gets. Basically trains his community onto hating OnlyFans or women who, or migrants and things like that. I'm half Mexican and just things to hate about women and women that have OnlyFans. So when he does attack me, that they're more angry towards me. Question. Now, have you had some of his fans come after you in these platforms? Answer. Oh, absolutely. Question. Can you explain that to the court, please? Answer. I've had people make threats, YouTube videos calling me a liar, a whore, threaten to want to kill me. I believe also I've had a DM, somebody threatened to essay me. Basically, I gotten to the point where I didn't even go to TwitchCon because I was afraid one of his fans might actually try to physically harm me. Question. Does Mr. Robertson know that his, or let me rephrase that, has he told you previously about how he can get his fans to do what he needs them to do? Oh. Answer. Yes. Question. Can you tell the court what he has told you to do in this regard? Answer. It was the situation with his ex-wife. After he had her sign an NDA, he wanted me to go after her. May I give context? Question. I don't want to go into what is the issues in the NDA. All right. I'll just answer the question. What he told you specifically was about having fans do things. Answer. Yes. That if you guide your fans into the right direction, that they'll know who to attack, and he's done it to multiple people. Question. How have you seen him do it to multiple people? Answer. Envosity was one example. He has a lot of, I guess, beef with a lot of people. I can't even count. In his YouTube videos, he names each of his YouTube videos after the person he's going after in that video. Question. And what is your concern with regards to what happens if this protective order is not granted after this hearing today? Answer. He's going to continue, as he's shown before, relentlessly harassing and threatening me to the point where I will probably have to take measures where my life may be in danger. Question. A17, he posts in October 2021. What does he post? Answer, proud to be blocked by women who falsely accuse men who are scum and should be in prison. Honestly, you know, the way that TechTone speaks is very similar to that of Onision. Like, for real. Question, are you falsely accusing him of these actions? Answer, absolutely not. Did they in fact take place? Yes. Exhibit 19. What did Mr. Robertson say? What was the actually before the protective order was filed on June 18th of 2025? A, I'm excited to be called misogynistic for thinking women are smarter than people who believe that are bad actors who lie and scream. I was manipulated are going to make it harder for real victims to be taken seriously. Question, do you think this post was related to you? Answer, yes, because he's already and publicly said that I ruined it for other victims. Question, he said these to you specifically. Answer, yes, he made a tweet with my name specifically speaking about me. Question, all right, let's go to number 20. Answer, to all the OnlyFans whores trying to give me life advice, bro, I can see you're an asshole for less than buying Fortnite Battle Pass. Shut the fuck up. That's Question, is this how he would refer to women in front of you? Answer, yes. All right, let's go to number 21. What does Mr. Robertson say here? Answer, who will be the next OnlyFans girl to call me out? Bought their likes, then lock the comments. Holy fuck. Absolutely rent-free in their minds. Get back to making your family shameful of your existence. Answer, and did you believe what he was referencing you? Possibly. It was just kind of like getting his audience to have a certain view for when he attacks me. Question. And then it was set for the court, I think in December, correct? Yes, one of the extensions, judge may approach, applicant 3132 are admitted. Man, the judge is really accepting all of these exhibits that are being put in. Man, this dude, Tectone, literally deserves this. Like, you're putting, imagine knowing and getting a protective order put on you that you're not supposed to talk about social media or mention a certain person, and then you go and violate that by tweet after tweet after tweet after tweet after tweet after tweet. Like, dude, he doesn't have any self-control. She said earlier that he has no self-control. His impulse control is like gone. And we saw that earlier when he was just like walk up to her and force her to suck his cock. Like, holy shit, dude. Was there an agreed order for an extension? Yes. Extension was set, blah, blah, blah. This is not important. All right. In fact, on December 12th of 2025, in Exhibit 30, what did he post? He posted, answer, you got no idea how hard it is to find a woman that isn't a psychotic entitled cunt. Men got it hard. Answer, all right. And did you take that in as directed towards you? Answer, yes. Why? It's the same verbiage that he used in multiple times when he's describing me. Question, and describing you in a publicly or private? Answer, I believe he just calls me crazy and psycho is what I want to believe. He said on one of his streams about me. Question, all right, we'll pull up 32. What does he post December 17th, 2025? Answer, no. We do, but modern feminism has convinced women that a man wants to protect you is mansplaining to you. Women have grown ungrateful, entitled, and expect to be taken care of and protected, but aren't willing to do their part in a relationship when they say you're abusive. Question. And all this was while that was emergency protective order was in place. Is that right? Answer, yes. Question. How did this compare to what he had posted before the protective order? Like, what's the difference between A, very tame. Question. Okay. What were the ones like that before? A, he explicitly named me and gave it a lot of threats. Question, all right. No objection, Miss Enterden. Back in December 20th, 2005, a month ago, what else did Mr. Robertson post while the ex parte was in effect? A, answer. Any woman that lies about SA or should be punished to the fullest extent of the law. They should be excommunicated from every group they're not part of, and people knowingly weaponizing their lies should be held accountable as well. Question. And then on 12/30/2005, what did Mr. Robertson post? A, lying women have far too much power today. Question, do you believe this was in reference to you? Answer, yes. Mr. Locke, then Judge, I'll ask the court to take judicial notice of the extension of the protective order that went into effect. The court will do so. All right, I'm going to show you Exhibit 36, and this was posted January 6, 2026 at 7:17 p.m. after we had court that day. Do you recall this tweet? Yes. All right, what does he say? Answer, I'm a patient man. No matter how long this takes, I don't care. Justice will come. I will not fall off. I will return my life soon. And in the meantime, I'll keep living, working on myself, and growing. I'm not worried. I'm looking forward to the future patiently. Question. How did you take that post? Answer. He's treating this as some type of criminal court case rather than needing protection because of his harassment and threats of the abuse. Question. Are you asking the court to grant the protection order? Answer. Yes, please. Question. Are you asking the court to prohibit him from going within 20 yards of your residence of employment? Answer. Yes. Question. Are you asking that he is prohibited from engaging in any contact, whether online, otherwise, that would harass, annoy, alarm, abuse, or torment, or embarrass you? Answer. Yes. Mr. Locke, Judge, I've got a video that I need to queue up. Could we take a break? Why don't we do that? Let's take a 10-minute recess. Brief recess. What I'm going to show, Judge, is the clip from A38, Applicant 38, which we will move to admit into its entirety. We are not going to show it in its entirety, but have the clip set up. Any objections? No objections. Permissible to publish. You may. Video played. I wonder what video they played. Actually, Judge, I should have clarified. I haven't viewed this. I don't have any objections to authenticity. I should reserve objections to content, but for the time's sake, I'll lodge those objections if they're necessary. Direct examination. Video plays. Question. This was published on May 12, 2025. Do you recall seeing this on stream? Answer. I didn't see the stream. I saw the clips afterwards that were posted online. Question. Were these clips that were posted specifically, did you think these were specifically related to you? Answer. Yes. He was speaking about my case. Question. All right. What are your concerns about, if any, about his comment going nuclear? Answer. That just based off the police report, and so that's why he was publicly anticipating consistently attacking me. Sorry, can you repeat the question? Question. When he said, what were your concerns about what he would do, if anything, when he talked about going nuclear? Answer. Possibly, most likely, post-revenge porn. Obviously, threaten and harass me more. And that's when I got really scared that it might get to a point where I will get dangerous for me and even leave my home. Question. Okay. And where there, let me back up a little bit. Have these types of posts continued to post granting the temporary ex parte protective order? Yes, a lot. Okay. Are they as descriptive as these particular posts? Yes. All right. This, Judge, is August 25th. Probably the entirety of recording of the reporting. The court. Okay. By Miss Locke. What was published right around the time of the protection order application was filed? Yes. My God, how many court violations has this fucker done? Like, literally, his lawyer isn't even objecting to these things. It's all being submitted. All right, they're going to show number applicant 46 exhibit. At least the last clip, I don't understand what the relevance of any of that was. Worrying about being killed, schizophrenic. I understand the desire to, well, I'll strike that. I just don't know if this applies to what we're here for, the court. Okay. How was that? I think it was applicant 45. So one of the issues at stake here is the untreated mental health condition. It's schizophrenia. It's pretty serious. He carries a firearm. He bragged about it online, and that gives her concerns for her safety, considering the continued pattern that he has. In addition, that he's paranoid about her, and he admits to seeing hallucinations, and that he's admitted publicly online to over 1 million streamers that he's got a following on him. It gives real concerns about her personal safety and grounds for protective order to be granted. I absolutely agree with all this. A lawyer can't object. He posted them publicly. I mean, yeah, I know, but still. Wait, what? Lawyers can still object to things, though. I don't know how all the legal stuff works. But I mean, if he posted the stuff publicly, a lawyer can't really say anything to that, because I just imagine being Tectone's lawyer. Like, oh my God, dude, I would not represent somebody like this. You're literally shooting yourself in the foot. One moment. I need to get something to drink. All right. I've been talking for 1 hour and 42 minutes straight nonstop. So, what page are we on? I don't even know what page we're on. We're on page 72, guys. We're not even halfway done yet. They can object based on relevancy, but it's obviously relevant. He can't object based on admissibility. No. All right. Man, I don't think I've ever talked this long. I've never read something like this on a stream before. All these legal. If you're new, if you're just coming into the stream, this protective order was granted for 10 years. So I'm just letting everybody know this. This was granted 10 years. He got his guns taken away from him. So they won this. And as far as I'm aware, I haven't seen any creator. Come on, in your box. In your box. I had to put my dog in my box. She was being bad. What was I saying before I got up? I don't remember what I was saying. One of the issues at stake is that he's got an untreated mental health condition. His schizophrenia is pretty serious. Oh, yeah. He's got his guns taken away permanently, so he can never own guns again. He admits to seeing hallucinations. He's admitted to it publicly online with over 1 million streamers that he's got following him. It gives real concerns for her personal safety and the grounds for a protective order to be granted. All right, objection order ruled. Applicant 45 admitted. Judge, I'm trying to move to the next part, but it's not time stamped. All right. When will you listen to that? What did you know him? What did you know him to be referring to? Me? Okay. How did you know it was you? He's talking about our case. Question. This was done January of 2025. Yes. Okay. And this is the kind of content that has been harassing to you? Yes. Okay. Can you tell the court what it does to you when he posts this kinds of content? Answer. It's very degrading. It's scary. It's embarrassing. Like, I don't think anybody wants somebody to be consistently just calling them these things publicly for everybody, their family, their friends, my colleagues, everyone to hear on the consistent basis. Answer. And did he ever, I'm sorry, do you believe that he is ever doing this intentionally, knowing it was going to harm you? Answer. I believe he's doing this to harm me, and because I went to the police, he just wants me to let it go of the case. Question. And is it, has he engaged in this repeated pattern of making online comments about his streams about you since you went to the police January of 2025? Even before the police? In fact, we won't even get all of it, but can you actually you actually create a timeline that has everything that he has actually posted on you over the course of a year. Ooh, damn, she fucking over 200 pages of a timeline. Ooh, courts love stuff like that. You organize a full timeline of things. Do you believe that you will be safe if the court does not grant his protective order? Absolutely not. Do you believe he will engage in continued pattern of harassment if you of this protective order is not granted? Absolutely, yes. She got notes. For real. God, I would love to see all these exhibits. Oh, it's cross-examination time. I'm going to ask you some questions. If I ask you something that's confusing or in any way doesn't make sense, just let me know, okay? Do you go by blah, blah, blah? So now she's being interrogated by his lawyer. Okay? I think that's right. Or is Mr. Pure, I don't remember if Mr. Pure is Robertson. I don't remember. I've already forgotten whose lawyer is who, but anyway, they're now asking her, doing cross-examination, which is standard for court stuff like this. Do you go by blah, blah, blah? What's that? I go by is my middle name. Is that how you want me to address you? Please. All right. I want you to take a second. All those exhibits that your attorney just admitted, can you point out to me where in those exhibits it mentions pink? In my timeline, there are multiple situations and pages. I want you to take a second to review all those exhibits. Can you tell me where in those exhibits it mentions her name specifically? I see what the lawyer's doing already. Are you speaking of these printed ones or the ones that were on screen? Question, either. Answer, I do not believe in this short clip section my name was mentioned in the clip section. Okay, I agree with you. Can you point out for the court any time in any of those admitted exhibits where it mentions your name specifically? A, not that was shown. Okay, I agree with you. Would you agree with me that we'll strike that? Has John ever texted you since the application? Well, have you ever expressed to John until the protection order was filed that you didn't want him to contact you? Answer, yes. Okay, how did you do that? How did you communicate that? From my mom. Okay, so you had your mom call him and say she doesn't want you to call anymore? He called my mom. Huh. Question, okay. And what was that conversation recorded in any way? No, but I believe it was memorialized in a text message in a way. Yes, in writing. I believe they were text messages. I don't know if that's when she said it over the phone or through text. Okay. I would assume if it's in text, you have a copy of that. No. Okay. Until then, strike that. Since the protective order has been filed, has John messaged you? Answer, no. Has he emailed you? No. Has he called you? No. Has he communicated with you by social media? Are you speaking as of, or the temporary orders, Facebook Messenger or direct message on Instagram and any communication at all? A, my confusion is, are you speaking from since the protective order? Answer, correct. Since you filed the application for a protective order and the temporary protective order was granted. No. Okay. I do not believe so. Okay. Have you ever seen him outside your house in your neighborhood? Oh my god, this is such standard fucking answer. No. Question, has he approached you? No. Question, I want to ask you again, how did your relationship with John start? Who contacted you? I reached out to him because his friend asked me to reach out to him. Question, but your friend didn't type out the media message, the social media message to John, correct? No, you messaged John. Is that yes, correct? Yes. And when you messaged John, you all began a romantic relationship? Answer, no. Question, in December? What's that? Oh, no. Not when I messaged him, no. Question, at some point following that message to John, you entered a romantic relationship sometime between December of 2022 and let's say July of 2024. Answer, yes. At some point, yes. You guys were a couple. Is that fair? Yes. Okay, well, I just want to clarify because you provided your testimony on direct that the only reason you slept together was because he had a mental health diagnosis where he didn't want to sleep alone. I mean, you guys were a couple. Is that fair? Answer, yes. Question, okay. I just want to clear that up because the implication from that was that you were roommates, but you were only sleeping together because he was scared of the dark or something like that. I mean, you guys were a couple. You slept together in the same bed like couples do. Answer, I preferred a lot of the times to sleep upstairs. Question, okay. Have you ever expressed something different in text messages to John? Answer, I believe it was over Snapchat. I would tell him I was working or I'm going to sleep upstairs. Answer, or question, I'll just say for the purposes of our cross-examination, I'm familiar with the text message history between you guys. I mean, you guys, again, you were all couples and you slept in the same bed. Yes, periodically we did. It was both. Question, okay, did you engage in consensual intimate encounters? A, there was times before I moved in. Yes. Question, okay, I think it's fair to say, well, strike that. Your birth date is that. You made a statement, well, strike that. From a personal perspective, do you want partners to be invested in your career goals? A, I want them to be supportive. Question, okay, great. Thank you for clarifying. Do you want them to be supportive of your career goals? Yes. Question, and John was supportive of your career goals. Is that fair? You testified about him wanting to be kind and promote your presence online to try to help you achieve more visibility, more popularity. Those were all things that you wanted. Is that fair? Answer, I think so, yeah. Was John supportive of that? Answer, yes. Question, if you had a partner that wasn't supportive for your career goals, that wouldn't be a very good sign of mutually supportive relationship. Is that fair? Answer, yes. Okay. But the inclination was on direct. That was direct. But the inclination on direct was that him wanting to help you out, that it was a bad thing for whatever reason. A, it was a dynamic, the power dynamic. Question, okay. That he had more fans online and you didn't? A, he had more control over not just online, but also with companies and stakes in companies and partners. Question, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like he was leveraging that influence he had in your industry to help your career out. Is that fair? Answer, yes. Question, was John physically abusive to you? Answer, in which way? Would he hit you? He did shove my head into his crotch one time. Okay. Did he ever strike you with his hand? No. Would he kick you? No. When he did this, the alleged sexual abuse began. A, the coercion began when I moved in and it got more aggressive as time went on. Answer, okay. Question, when I moved into the Chestnut Ridge Road address, so this was December of 2022, no. That's when you guys met? Yes. Okay, when do you think you guys started dating? I believe a couple weeks after we met. Okay, so maybe the end of December, beginning of January, something like that. I can't remember. When I moved in the Chestnut Ridge Road address, I believe it was possibly February of 2024. February of 2004, that's when the coercion began. Yes, I wasn't paying rent and we were into a new home. Okay, and in your application, you state that around February or March of 2023, you told John that you didn't want to live by this agreement anymore. What agreement was that? Answer, that I wasn't paying rent. In my perspective, I thought it was because I was going to help him with thumbnails and graphics, and he had stated during intimacy that it was not for that it was for not that I wasn't paying rent because I was giving him blowjobs, and he stated in quotes, "Do your job, you don't pay rent." Question, what it sounds like you guys were allegedly in a romantic relationship at that point. Answer, that's why I was disgusted and confused. Okay, what was disgusting and confusing? That I thought I was his girlfriend, but he's treating me like a prostitute. There we go. Question, did you break up with him after that point? Answer, I told him I wanted to pay rent, and I hoped it would stop after that. I had already sold all my items in my home, canceled my lease like he asked, and I felt stuck already, and it was not that easy to just move out. Question, okay, were you working online? You were, I think, doing some modeling, doing some strict acting. I'm not deeply familiar with that kind of world, but there is genuinely what you were doing. Answer, I was doing, streaming and modeling. What's your income from streams from that? It was not as high as it got later when I began an OF. But is there an income stream? Yes. It was not that high. Correct, but my question, was there an income stream? Yes. Were you making money from that? Yes. And certainly if the situation was coercive enough, if it was bad for you, you could have moved out. Is that fair? Answer, no. Because like I said, he does have a lot of power and control in the power dynamic. I just felt like I was just going to start paying rent and, it was going to stop and I was going to hopefully move on from that. Question. Okay, but John wasn't keeping you in the home. He wasn't physically keeping you in his home. Answer, how so? Explain what physically keeping. I'll strike that. You reported this alleged sexual abuse to the Austin Police Department. Yes, when was that? Early 2025. Okay, and Detective James Thrift, does that name sound familiar? He was the detective assigned, is that correct? Would it surprise you if that investigation has been suspended? I suspended it. You suspended it? Yes. So it was your request to suspend the investigation. A, due to all the threats and harassment, I couldn't do what the officer was requesting for my safety. Question. Okay, but you proceeded with the filing of the protective order. Yes. Because hopefully after the protective order, I would feel safe and comfortable enough, I would probably most likely reopen the case. Question. Okay, I want to ask you about another police report you filed, the one that was back in February, where you called the lender to police department. Is that correct? Yes. At the time of the report, you were residing with John at, does that sound familiar? Yes. At the time you were residing with John? Yes. You made that report because John's ex-wife, Jessica, had messaged John something like, is she better than me? Answer, that's not why I made the police report. Question, that wasn't my question. Okay. Did John's ex-wife message him something like that? Is she better than me? Answer, that is what she told me. I did not see it. Question, okay. That's what your understanding was, what Jessica told you. Is that fair? Yes. Okay. When you made the report on the basis of a suspicion that Jessica had videos of you and John engaged in intimate activities? Yes. Question, you believe that she had those recordings? A, from what I was told? Yes. Okay, from who you were told by? A, Mr. Robertson, Tectone. By John? Yes. John, yes. Question, you believe that what he told you because your next action was to call the police? A, that's not the timeline of events, though. Question, correct. It was about 14 months after he told you. Is that fair? A, it was after multiple people have told me that they were sent that. Question, after multiple people were sent what? A, stating that they were sent footage. Okay. Did these multiple people, did they ever provide you any of that footage? Answer, no. Okay, so you don't have any of the independent evidence or verification that anybody had that footage ever. Is that fair? Answer, no, there was some footage. It just wasn't sexual footage. Question, okay, but to be clear, you never saw any of the footage. Answer, no, I was believing John and his friends. Question, okay, when did Jessica message that to John from your understanding the first time? I believe it was December of 2022. All right, and this is when you learned about it? I didn't just understand the full context. I just knew it was some footage, something going on, but I didn't understand the full context. Okay. Judge, may I approach the court? You ever had a different position that when you learned about the footage, I was just told question or that message? Answer, that was like me giving him a blowjob, but I didn't like it. Like how if I was inside the garage or if I was outside the garage, like the full context of it because I never had seen it myself. Let me back you up. When did you learn about the message that Jessica sent John, something to the effect of, is she better than me? When did you learn about that? December 2022. She said that she called and said that. Question. When did you take from that? A, I was disturbed. Question, was Jessica there? A, Jessica where? Was Jessica in the home when you guys engaged in intimate activity with each other? Answer, no. Question, so the implication of that message to John was that she was viewing what you guys were doing in the house someplace else. Is that fair? A, yes. Wait, his ex-wife had cameras in the house and she was able to see and view these cameras in the house of Tectone and witness them having sex. Am I processing this properly? Implication was that mom was serving you guys were doing in this house, same place. Is that fair? Yes. Did that concern you? Yes. Okay, and you learned about that in December of 2022? Yes. You reported to the police for some 14 months until February 2024? Yes. On that date, you spoke with an officer, Alyssa Hoffman. Do you remember the name? Yes. She's an officer with the London Police. Is that correct? Yes. You reported the officer Hoffman that John's ex-wife, quote, was recording you engaged in sexual contact with John. Yes. And you wanted to file that police report against her because you believe she had been monitoring cameras in the house that you recorded you engaged in the sexual conduct. It is because she was sending it to multiple people. The ex-wife was sending recorded video footage of the house of them having sex. At that moment, when you were speaking with Officer Hoffman, do you believe that Jessica still had the videos of you and John engaged in intimate activity? Yes. And I'm sure the Officer Hoffman standing there by your side with a badge and gun and handcuffs ready to arrest John if he had broken the law. It was over. Oh, hold on. My apologies. You certainly would have told Officer Hoffman it's extremely important that we get these videos, not because Jessica has done something wrong, but these videos contain powerful evidence of coerced sexual activity that I've been forced to perform. Answer, no. Question. You probably would have told her, I've been coerced into performing oral sex and these videos will contain evidence of that. Answer. May I explain? Sorry. You can if your attorney asks you, but... Oh. Question. My question is, that's not what you explained to the Officer Hoffman, is it? A. Those videos did not contain coercion because it was before it begun. Question. This is February 2020. The footage was from December. Okay, and you had, but fair way to say, the coercion recording of your testimony had been stated then. You had every opportunity to tell Officer Hoffman in February 12th that John was sexually abusing you and he could have acted that out. Is that fair? We had only spoke through email and specifically about the case. So Officer Hoffman never responded to the view? No, she did not. I never met her in person. Okay, she's sitting outside. She's going to testify. Are you sure that's your testimony? From what I remember, we had gone through email and a phone call. Question. And if she reduced her interaction with you at the view to an offense report that was filed, would that be incorrect if she represents that offense report and that she spoke to you? Answer, I don't remember. I don't know. Okay. I just remember us going through back and forth through email and phone calls, so I couldn't really recall if I had met her in person. Why did the ex have access to those cameras? I don't know. Why are there also cameras in the house that somebody else has access to begin with, even if it wasn't us? That's weird. Like, why wouldn't... I have cameras in my house I have access to. I don't know. I do not know. How many interactions with law enforcement have you had in your life? Possibly 3. Okay, so it's fair to say that your interaction with Officer Hoffman on your doorstep of your house sidewalk would have been significant for you. I can't remember. It was long. It was a couple years ago. Okay, then fair to say that you didn't disclose anything to Officer Hoffman about sexual abuse that you were allegedly suffering from John's hands. At the time, I didn't know what to call it. Okay, did detective, lender, police department ever follow up with you about these allegations? It was very difficult going back and forth over the phone. I had to, so I don't remember. I have to look at my emails. To your knowledge, was Jessica ever arrested? No. Did the Williamson County Prosecutor's Office prosecute a case against her? No. So the case went nowhere? Yes. Okay, and because of that, the case went nowhere. You filed a lawsuit to the Williams County Courthouse against Jessica? Yes. A civil lawsuit? Yes. Judge, may I approach? While she's looking at those records, just the bigger picture, this lawsuit again dealt with Jessica, John's ex-wife, allegedly videotaping sexual interactions, sexual encounters between you and John, and that's again a big kind of picture of what is involved here in her alleged distribution of those videos. It was also defamation. Okay, very good. Judge, at this time, we'll offer respondent one exhibit. I don't have any objections. I'm going to publish portions of this. So I want to ask you a few questions on that lawsuit, and in the lawsuit, you allege several different causes of actions, including unlawful disclosure or promotion of intimate visual material, common law defamation, statutory libel, business disparagement, torturous interference with business relations, intrusion of seclusion, and stalking. Is that correct? Yes. You filed this lawsuit in June. Yes. Yes. You describe your relationship with Tectone as private romantic relationship on page 6 of the lawsuit. Where? I can make it a little bit easier for you. Okay. You got that. You got it. So this lawsuit, this is a front page of the lawsuit. Is that fair? Yes. And on page 6, you refer to the relationship. And again, Tectone is John. Is that fair? Yes. Pink Chew, that's you? Yes. Okay, so in your lawsuit, as kind of the background of the relationship between the parties, you describe the relationship that you had with John as a private romantic relationship. Answer, yes. And again, this was filed June of 2024? Yes. I also want to direct your attention to a second page in that. You, at various points in this lawsuit, discuss the characterized sexual interaction between you and John. Is that fair? A, the interactions from December of 2022. Correct. You describe these in various points as private, intimate moments between Pink Chew and Tectone, yes. And a romantic relationship between Tectone and Pink Chew, yes. And you talk about some of the same false statements that people have been making about you and John and the videos that have been allegedly distributed, yes. And some of them, I think you call them rumors that are online. I believe so, if that's what they were to say. Okay. And you said there were some, quote, toxic lies being distributed intimate videos involving you and John, yes. And how these videos, these intimate videos allegedly being distributed, have negatively impacted your career aspects, is that fair? Yes. How you weren't getting signed to Mythic Talent as soon as you might have otherwise? Yes. So fair to say from that experience, you have a good understanding of how allegations or rumors online can affect somebody's career? Yes. Because you experienced it? Yes. So when you went through this with Jessica, is that fair? Yes. And you're extremely aware that the experience that an allegation like that can influence the ability to get endorsements? Yes. Okay, and a business deals that may happen, it may affect how many followers you might have and social media streams. Is that fair? Not entirely. Okay, what was incorrect about what would you disagree with? A, I would say similar to kind of how John has dealt with it, you can just go make a pivot to a very hateful and opposite type of content to garner new audience in that sphere, and you can actually grow, is what I've seen people do. Question. And since you will strike that, again, you characterize those interactions between you and John as recorded intimate interactions between Pink Chew and Tectone. And among those false statements, you identify that Tectone was grooming you, and then you go on to say that grooming is defined as the practice of preparing or training somebody for a particular purpose activity in this connotation. Who is that? His ex-wife, Jessica? Yes. I was implying that Tectone was preparing Pink as a sex slave because she was autistic. However, this is not the basis of the relationship between Tectone and Pink Chew. Is that correct? This is what's written, yes. Okay, and again, the lawsuit filed in June. This lawsuit was filed less than a month after the last incident of sexual abuse allegedly perpetrated by John. Yes. Is that fair? Yes. But despite that, you are calling the allegation that John was grooming you as a lie. Is that fair? I was not aware I was being sexually abused at that time. Okay, can you explain that? Answer. I did not, until I confided to a friend after, knew what was going on was not good and didn't know what to call it. Question. Okay. Answer. And that did not happen until after I moved out and confided into somebody. Question, but you described it for Miss Locke on a direct both of these incidents that caused you pain. Yes. Was it without your consent? Yes. Okay, but it wasn't until you talked to a friend after you and John broke up that you changed your view on these things and decided it was sexual assault. Not deciding that it is sexual abuse. Question. Okay, but at the time you filed this lawsuit, you believe that the idea that John was grooming you, or that you were his sex slave, or that you were his basis for your relationship, you believe that to be a lie. I was highly manipulated at the time. That was not my question. My question was, at the time that you filed this lawsuit, you believe the idea that John was grooming you, or that you were a sex slave, or that you were the basis of the relationship, you believe that was a lie. Yes. Okay. At the time, yes. And further, you called them disgusting lies, these rumors that were spread about you and John. Yes. Question. And further, you believe the idea of the rumor that you were going to have gag reflex surgery. You believe this was a disgusting... What? Gag reflex surgery? That's a thing. You believe that this was a disgusting lie? Yes. Question. And in June of 2024, you believe the idea that John was grooming you as a sex slave, that was a disgusting lie at the time? Yes. Okay, and then again, this is less than a month after this May 28th, 29th incident that you put down in your application for protective order. Yes. In the lawsuit, despite according to your testimony, having been abused by John in at least March 2024, then in May of 2028 of your 2000, this lawsuit, you didn't describe your relationship with John as one of an abuser and a victim. Answer. At the time, I did not. I was not fully aware of what my situation was. Question. My question is, in the lawsuit that you filed in June of 2024, did you describe the nature of your relationship with John as one of abuser and victim? In the writing, yes, that's what I wrote. That's what I wrote, yes, or the lawyers wrote, put together. Where in that lawsuit do you describe your relationship with John as one of an abuser? Answer, sorry, I think I'm just confused with the question. Okay. In any place in the lawsuit, do you characterize your relationship with John as one of an abuser and a victim? A, me or you don't? No. Is that fair? Okay, I don't. Right. Is it fair to say that you have no place in that lawsuit? Do you describe your relationship with John as a sexually abusive one? A, no. Question. Is it fair to say that in the lawsuit you didn't describe your relationship with John as sexually coercive one? Wait, sorry, repeat the question. At no place in this lawsuit do you describe your relationship with John as a sexually coercive one? No. Despite you filing the lawsuit June of 2004, less than a month after John allegedly sexually abused you? Yes. In cause of action number 2, again, you described this characterization of John grooming you to a sex slave as false at the time. In June of 2000, yes. Less than a month after John allegedly sexually abused you, yes. So in June of 2024, it was false that John was grooming you. No, no. Just what I had written at the time. I was not aware of what to call what I was going through. But that's what you put in your lawsuit. That is what the false that John was grooming you. Is that correct? Yes, that's what's in your lawsuit. Yes, that's what's written. And in your lawsuit, June of 2024, it was false that John was preparing of training you to be a sex slave, and that's what's in your lawsuit. Is that correct? Yes. And that lawsuit that you filed in June, is it false that you were John's sex slave? That's what's in the lawsuit. Yes, that's what's in the lawsuit. On page 13 of the lawsuit file, the month after John recording your testimony brutally, honestly assaults you, you call the notion of you being John's, quote, whore, end quote, a, quote, lie without any substantiation. Yes. And again, this is less than a month after the May 28th incident that you put it in your application for a protective order. Yes. Sometime in early summer, you and John end your relationship, whatever relationship type it was, you end it. Yes. And what was the kind of extended process? Is that fair? How so? Well, you didn't break up in the afternoon. You didn't move all your stuff in the afternoon. You never see each other again. Okay, yes, it was extended. It was protracted, or used word, or whatever you want. It just took a while. Is that fair? It took a while after. It was fairly fast after I got out of the hospital. You mean Austin Oaks? Yep. But throughout that time, were you guys continuing to communicate? Yes. You and John continued to be intimate? Yes. Consensually intimate? What is the timeline of this? Well, let's say June and July of 2024. I don't know. I have to look at what was going on at the time. Okay, July 23rd, do you recall discussing a sexual encounter that you had with John, describing how hard it was to be, quote, friends with benefits? Do you remember that? Yes. Okay, what does friends with benefits means to you? Answer, that was my first time ever having that, so I didn't... That's just the term he used. Answer, or answer. Question. Well, if I represent to you that in the text message between you and John, that's a phrase that you use, what would that mean to you? A, I guess friends who are sexually active? Question, okay. Were you and John sexually active? Yes. Consensually sexually active. Prior to that? No. Prior to what? because I do remember there was one consensual action from the friends with benefit situation, but the other times there was not. There are many times that they were not consensual. At some point in June or July of 2024, did you engage in a consensual sexual encounter with John Robertson? I believe one time. And that probably the one time you're maybe referring to is in some of the text messages. Is that fair? Yes. Okay, and all the other times were non-consensual. Answer, no. There were specific times that there were many times that were not. It's very nuanced. Okay, but you guys were broken up at this point. Yes, I was broken up with him. Okay, so how would these non-consensual, if you guys are broken up, how would these non-consensual encounters come about? No. You had moved out at this point? No, I'm speaking about the time that he wanted to be friends with benefits. There was one consensual time, and then that was it. Okay, from what I can remember. And do you remember going to Austin Oaks in June of 2000? June? If that's the date that's on file. Okay, and your phone number was, yes. Do you recall texting John the day before you went to Austin Oaks? Sorry, last thing as a thank you. Can I sucky your dicky tonight? This is what he instructed me to do. But did you send that text message? Yes. So just to be clear, so I understand your testimony, John instructed you to send him a text message asking that you could suck his dick for that night. Yes. He told me that I needed to ask to suck his dick to show he could trust me because I tried to reach out to another girl and talk about what he had been doing. He told me that I needed to ask to suck his dick to show that he could trust me because I tried to reach out to another girl to talk about what had been. That is a wild. What was the date of that? June 29th, 2024. That was the month before the hop. That's like, you know what this is like? This is like when Onision told what's her name? Billy told Billy to like tattoo the word liar on her body. You know what I'm talking about? You guys remember that? Onision told this girl that, like, because she lied about something, he was mad about it. And wasn't honest with him, that she needed to tattoo something on her body, saying that I'm like, this is such a. I needed to ask to suck his dick to show that he could trust me because I tried to reach out to another girl to talk about. He told me that. That is so strange. I've never heard of something like this. This month, that was the night before. No, hospitalization in July. Judge, may I approach? What's the date on this? This was July 23rd. I don't know if she can authenticate it. Judge, may I approach? You may. And is it fair to accurately enter those conversations that you had with John? I believe from July 28th, 2024, leading to July 29th. Yes, I remember. Okay, and this is a fair and accurate copy. It is. All right, they're going to strike that. Again, at 7:44 p.m. on July 28th, 2004, you say, love you. And then what do you call that? An emoji? Yes. What does that emoji signify? Happy, nervous. Question. Okay. Hope you're having a good day. Sorry, last thing. As a thank you, can I sucky R? And I assume you meant suck dick tonight. And then another emoji. What does that emoji signify? A mouth opening. Okay. Was the day before you went to Austin Oaks? Yes. And when you went to Austin Oaks, did they do a screening process with you? Is that fair? Yes. And they would have, Judge, may I approach? You're going to introduce all the records, experience they have on the flash drive. Judge, I don't have objection, but I think the entirety of the records need to come in, not just the sections. I don't know if they're coming in under business records or affidavits. Oh, we're almost we're almost halfway through this, guys. God damn, this has been going on for 2 hours and 17 minutes. This is a long ass stream. I didn't realize it was going to take this long for me to read all of this through. But I'm going to do it. And by all means, please let anybody who's here watching that, if they want a copy of this, I will send it to people. Because I'm not like other people who just want to hold things to myself. Or if somebody wants to watch and see all these documents for themselves, they can watch this live stream. Link them this live stream. I'd appreciate it. Because I haven't been able to find a video where all of this is shown. So. All right. We take a comfort break. Take a lunch break. Ashley, again, I think we were discussing going to Austin Oaks. Yes. And before you went to Austin Oaks, you sent John a series of text messages that you guys had a text conversation about your decision to go to Austin Oaks. Is that correct? Yes, that's what we get to see on screen behind us. Is that fair? Yes. Our discussion. Yes. And you said, I really need a friend right now. I think I need to go to a mental hospital. My mom doesn't answer. I don't know if medicine, I'm having a hard time. I need to go see a doctor. Figuring out right now. Packing my bags, heading to my mom's. Hope you see this, but I'm going to do the right thing and get a full psych evaluation, get some real help. I love you so much. I'm sorry if I ever hurt you and can't wait to come back feeling better. I love you. Is that what you wrote? Yes. And did John direct you to write any of that? No, not that. Okay. Just the other part about oral sex that evening. Yes. Okay. But that was the only part that he directed you to write? No, he's done it before. Okay. And then he responds, Jesus Christ, all right, well, be safe and I trust your decision. Is that correct? Yes. He doesn't belittle you? Not in that text. Correct. In that text, he doesn't belittle you. No, not in that text. Okay, he doesn't call you crazy? Not in that text. Does he call you a psycho? No, not in that text. Okay, he says, if you need me, just text me. I have my phone now. I'm sorry that you're going through this, Pink. Correct? Yes. Okay, is he supportive in those texts? Okay, sure. But for the sake of our questions about these text messages, this is what I'm referring to. Okay. In the group of text messages, he's not dismissive. No, he doesn't use any I can't even say that. Prerogative language. Is that how you say that? Prerogative language? Crazy, psycho, anything like that. Is that fair? Yes. In fact, when you message him, hey, says the first thing, hey, are you safe? Yes. That's what? That's the priority for him. Is he making sure you're safe? Okay. Is that correct? Yes. If that's what I'm not him. I can't tell you. Okay. But that's what it reads as, right? But that's what he wrote. Is that correct? Yes, that's what he wrote. Okay. Then you respond with, I'm safe. Yes, I'm trying to figure this out. He doesn't say, cool, don't care, good luck. He says, okay, keep me updated. Answer, yes. Question. He then describes your sister coming to take you, going to Selton, and then you eventually say, they're probably going to take my phone away. In other words, don't be surprised if I don't call or message. Is that fair? Yes. Question. And you say, John says, everything will be okay. And you respond, I love you so much. Please don't tell anybody. John replies 100%. Are you with your sister? Yeah, she's on her way. Can I call you again? If that's not okay, he says, I need you to be strong. Correct? Witness and nods. Again, he's supportive. He's encouraging you to get into whatever acute mental health crisis you're going through and address. Is that fair? It wasn't feeling good. It wasn't acute. Question. Okay, well, we'll get into that in some of those medical records. I mean, at the time, you were having some feelings, some thoughts of self-harm. I mean, yeah, I was, okay, it's a bad situation. Sure, okay, maybe we have different definitions of acute mental health crisis, but it felt like you needed to go. I just need to get out of there. Okay, and then John says, text me when you're on your way, and please be safe. Be careful. Correct? And you eventually tell him, I'm going to Austin Oaks, and that's when you check yourself in. Yes. Is that fair? Yes. Okay, I want to ask you about that process. And when you go to Austin Oaks, they ask you a bunch of screening questions. Is that fair? Yes. Judge, may I approach? Yes, they want to get, a situation. Is that fair? For instance, they're going to ask you on page 26 what you're allergic to and what you respond. Is that correct? Are you allergic to, on my hands, I get red bumps. Yeah, you get red bumps, and you disclose that to the nurse in Austin Oaks that you get red bumps if you touch. And they ask you about a special diet, if you have any special diet going on. You talk about that. Yes. Because you knew the importance when you were going through the screening process and they were asking you questions of being honest, accurate, and complete in your answers. Is that fair? Yes. Because if you knew if you left something important out, it could lead to disastrous results, right? If you didn't tell them about your blank allergy, for instance, and they touched you with, you could get red bumps. Yes. So understand that that's why it's so important to be honest, to be completely accurate to the answers you provided. Is that fair? To my best of my knowledge. And for instance, they ask you about your history of your present illness, page 15, and you indicated that, quote, when I'm in high stress situations. Okay. And then you go on to say that that was the reason that you believe John broke up with you. No, I don't. Oh, the first time that wasn't. I don't believe that was the reason the first time. Okay. I broke up. Are you talking about the time where we mutually talked, or are you talking about the time that I broke up with him? In the medical records, you describe blank, 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 that's why you believe John broke up with you was because blank, 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 blank. Now, remember, earlier, he made her write out a list of everything that was wrong with herself and convinced her that she had schizophrenia while he's actually diagnosed schizophrenic. So she has a list of all these things that why she needs to go to a hospital and why she needs mental help. At least that's what it started off with the first. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know what is or isn't. I don't know these exhibits. I don't think I have the exhibits on this file. Do you mind telling me about what this page is on? Page 15, I don't see. Blank, blank, blank. That's how you, in those medical records, characterize your relationship with John. Is that correct? That you were friends? Answer, no. I'm just confused because you said blank, and that's the reason we broke up, but I can't find it on the pages. Okay, I can get that address for you. So that last line on history of the present illness description of acute illness or expectation of illnesses requiring admission. Is it on these printed pages? I just can't find them, or it's a separate page. Yeah, it's on that screen that you should be able to see. Oh, it's in the screen. And these are things that they wrote down because I don't believe that's my handwriting. Well, yeah, they would have. Blank talked to you and reduced what you would tell them down to writing. Okay, I'm just trying to understand. Sorry. Yep. Yes. Okay, and again, you detail that you get blank, 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 blank. Do you get, I mean, anyone who's getting abused gets pretty blanked. Okay, I haven't in the past since I've been out of the situation. I think it's asking if, they're asking if she has had intercourse. Have you at the time you were in front of everyone? It was more like myself. Oh, I think in front of me, it's more like myself. So if it was by yourself, then why do you think that? Why is the time of July? Did you believe that was the reason John broke up with you? I believe they probably miswrote it when I was explaining to them because I was probably crying and stuff. I wonder what the reason is that she thought that he broke up with her. I believe the miswrote. Okay. The quotation marks there. You think that they maybe mischaracterized what you told them? I think they may have, like, okay, it looks like they were trying to cut down into pieces, but I think they probably weren't understanding what I was trying to explain. Okay, fair enough. We'll come back to that. But you think the nurse, though, you were attempting to be accurate, honest, and complete in your answers. You think the nurse with training and certification probably wrote it down wrong? Well, no, it's because I was under, like, a lot of distress. I was just trying to explain everything as much as I could and putting that into a small paragraph. Got you. It's very hard to do that accurately. Okay, got you. And then in page 33, they ask you about your history of sexual victimization. And they ask you about your history of sexual victimization in the last 6 months. Do you remember that? Yes. And your answer was, at the time was, is that correct? Yes, because at the time I didn't know what it was. Okay. So when they asked you that question, again, this covers the last 6 months. This is in July 29th of 2024. Yes. Is that correct? Yes. So going back 6 months, that would have covered before May 25th that you alleged in your application for protective order. Yes. Is that correct? Yes. I was not aware. Hold. But if it covers that, is that correct? Yes, it also covers that March incident. They ask you specifically, have you been sexually victimized in any way? Not sexually assaulted, but sexually victimized in any way. And your answer on July was yes or no. Is that correct? Yes. They go on to ask you your entire sexual history of sexual victimization. Again, not just sexual assault, not criminal offense, but any sexual victimization that all over your lifetime. And you say yes or no. But you clarify and explain that blank, 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 blank. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Would you agree with me at no point in this question do you mention any intimate interaction with you had with John, that you don't discuss anything related to John at all? Is that correct? No, I did not. Okay. And you understood at the time that you needed to be honest, complete, and accurate with your information before you were providing, to my best of my current knowledge. Okay. They also ask you on page 16 of those, have you experienced any emotional, physical, or sexual abuse history in any way? And you disclose that. Yes or no? Yes. Okay. What was that relationship that you were in 6 years? Was that the relationship that you were in 6 years prior to going before Austin Oaks? I was a child. Okay. Do you discuss your relationship sexual abuse in this answer? You mean with John? Wait, I'm sorry. I'm confused. I mean, any sexual victimization, do you discuss that in this answer? No, I don't believe I did. Okay. Did you mention any sexual abuse in this answer at John's hands? I believe I only put blank, blank, blank in there. Okay. Any point of these records do you discuss, according to your testimony, these multiple vicious, brutal, sexual, coerced sexual encounters that you had with John? No. Okay. Then again, this was just 2 months after the last alleged brutal oral sexual victimization that I experienced. Before I had confided and got clarification what was going on. Had you been through sexual abuse before? Is that fair? You were familiar, unfortunately, with that. Looks like with that feels like the dynamics involved. It was very different. It was full blown, crying, pulling your pants down, essay, and like that is very different. I understood like what essay is. I didn't fully understand like what I mean. I didn't fully understand like sexual assault. Okay, well. That's a hard paragraph to read. I want to pivot to what I want to ask you about how you're released from Austin Oaks. Is that correct? May I have a moment? I'm so sorry. Okay, my apologies. You're released from Austin Oaks and you and John continue communicating. In fact, I believe that he is listed blank, 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 blank. Yes. You listed him in that? Yes, because that's where I was living at the time. Okay, you send John your patient access code so that he can call up Austin Oaks so that he can find out more information. Is that fair? I don't remember if I did that. Okay. If that's in those text messages, would you have any reason to disagree with that? No. Okay, I want to fast forward to what I believe you made on X. I think we can get rid of the formerly known as Twitter at this point. But what fun is that? You write on your Twitter, how are you supposed to feel if a guy is abusive and makes you cry, then shoves your head down into his crotch and demands that you suck him off and excuses, quote, emotions just turn me on when you cry? Or when you're asking him that you don't feel comfortable doing something sexual and he records and demands you stop making faces and pretends you like it? Or you say you don't want to do it anymore and he shoves your head down until you throw up, guilt trips you into giving you blowjobs and says, do your job, you don't pay rent. I took you to a water park, so you owe me. And all you can do is sleep upstairs because you know he's going to keep telling you what to do? Do you remember making this post? Yes. This wasn't a private post, correct? It was an alternative account which has very low following. It was just for close friends and small fans, not like my main account. Well, it says Pink, and that's kind of your screen name. Is that fair? It's like an alternative name, Pink Chow or something like that. Okay, but fair to say, in November of 2024, the exhibits the extent of the evidence. Well before that, you make the allegation that John has sexually abused you. Is that fair? I'm going to object to that one. This is mischaracterization, and additionally, the best evidence are actually the text messages. We don't even have them, what they say. Any response? The judge, I think she's ratified through the testimony that those were her Twitter posts. I think this is in evidence. Objection overruled. I'm going to ask you again, November, before any of those exhibits were posted that are in evidence now, through your direct testimony before that, you discussed John allegedly abusing you. I did not say any names. I talked about a personal experience I had. Okay. Very similar, again, I think we've established that none of this post has been entered into evidence that John made mention of your name in any way. Is that fair? There are posts, though, that does mention my name. Okay. But will you agree with me that the allegations in your November 20th, 2000 Twitter post, they mirror the allegations that you made in your application for the protective order? It's a place where I could write down my personal feelings like a journal without, it's just a personal thoughts. Okay, much in the way that John communicates online. But he uses my name. Sorry. I'm just saying, like, there were posts. The risk of getting an ask and answer objection, I'm going to ask you again. Can you point me to any exhibit that is in evidence where John posts blank, 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 pink, pink chew, or in that binder? Does that count as a no, ma'am? Okay. The exhibits that are in evidence. Okay. Not the ones that were shown. Correct. So fair to say that while you don't mention John's name in his Twitter post on November 20th, 2000, fair to say he doesn't mention your name in any of the exhibits that are in any evidence. Just in the exhibits. Okay. Was your relationship high profile? I'd say at the time. We weren't very public and then it became public, so I guess that's high profile, I guess. But because I think high profile, I think of all politicians when I think of high profile, I think of politicians or celebrities. Okay. Well, within that kind of relative scope of your sphere of influence online, did most of your followers know that you were in a relationship with Tectone? Yes. Okay, from what you observed, did most of John's followers know that he was in a relationship with you for quite a while? Yes. In fact, it is exactly the relationship and the impact of the online rumors that you had on your business that served as the basis for the lawsuit that you filed in the Williamson Encounter. Is that correct? No, it's not. It's not the exact same because she did those behind closed doors. You're very late to the party? That is fine. This video will be up on demand after it's done streaming. The first chunk, I would say the first 30 pages are pretty crazy. We're doing cross-examination. This is kind of boring. the cross-examination, I think, is one of the most boring parts, because it's just challenging evidence that's already been established, and this already had a ruling of he got 10 years and his guns got taken away. So all the big juicy stuff is at like the first 30 minutes of this. Where was I? No, it's not exactly the same because she did those behind closed doors. Okay, but my question for you is, if you didn't have significant online presence, would there have been no significant online presence for Jessica's to damage? Yes. Would you agree with me? Yes. Okay. So you would agree with me that at the least had a significant online presence, that each rumors, lies, according to you, discussing lies that were spread online could damage your image to the point that you would lose endorsements, business deals, and things like that. Is possible. What, in fact, again, what's that you allege in lawsuit fair? Yes. So you knew the impact with even, to borrow kind of phrase from your testimony, you're small in comparison to John's following, the impact that the lies or rumors or negative comments could have on a business. Is that fair? Yes. Because again, that's entirely the basis of a lawsuit that you filed. Okay, is that fair? Yes. And understanding that you and your sphere of influence online, it was well known that you were in a relationship with John. And understanding that in John's sphere of influence, it was well known that he was in a relationship with you online. Will you agree with me that it's reasonable that those people, upon reading that Twitter post, would come to the assumption that it's talking about him? Is that fair? Not fair at first, until he publicly stated it himself and he said it was about him. Okay. So you don't think it's reasonable at all that anybody would read that, understand that you guys had been in a relationship, and come to the conclusion that you were talking about him? Maybe some people, but not, because there was no clarification on who I was talking about or any names. Okay. What was your intention in posting that? It was really for my friends, I think. Okay. People that had been trying to isolate me. Okay. But you would agree with me that you were free to text message those friends and you were free to direct message those friends? No, you couldn't do that. I believe I was ignored and blocked by many people after we broke up. Okay. Sounds like so it sounds like your intention was your intention was more to not communicate with close friends, but it was try to influence people that, and I'll go ahead and answer. It was just the right thing to do, I think. Okay, to publicly come out with what had happened? Yes. Okay, so it sounds like a little reflection that maybe part of your motivation at least was to publicly discuss what you allegedly experienced. In my own personal experience, I didn't say anybody's name, though. Okay, but we can agree to that part of your motivation in doing was to let other people know. I don't understand, like, okay, well, you have a journal. Is that fair? That was just a thing to write on. I don't really keep a journal. Okay, but for whose use is that? At this point, they both should not be talking about this publicly when there's legal stuff happening. And especially, like, if you get a protective order on somebody, don't fucking mention their name. Don't subtweet. Putting yourself at risk. It was just for him to write down things he thought were wrong with me. So she had a journal for him where she would write things down that were wrong with her that he would say to her. That's such a weird thing. And you could memorize any personal thoughts you had in that journal. Is that fair? No, there's really not any personal thoughts. There's only 2 pages that were written, 2 or 3. Let's take a step back. Twitter is a social media. Yes. The purpose of Twitter is to communicate with other people. Yes. The purpose of Twitter is to communicate unless you have a private setting with anyone in that looks at your profile. Is that fair? Is that fair? Yes. If you want to communicate with friends, you could have used text message, email, direct message. It's more complicated, I think. How? Like, if somebody blocked you or is ignoring, doesn't want to get involved or scared to reach out, and a lot of awkward interactions. So as in your sworn testimony here today in court, that zero part of your motivation posting that to Twitter was to let the general public know that you experienced with John. It had to do with a personal experience I experienced, and I didn't explicitly say names. Were you talking about John? He assumed I was talking about him. I didn't ask that. I said, were you talking about John? And I'll remind you, you are under oath. Okay. We're just nods. Question. Okay, here we go. Were you talking about John when you put it on social media? We can agree that it's reasonable that people in the public, specifically the business associates of John, specifically potential employers of John, would see it. Is that reasonable? Is that possible? Answer. I didn't think it was possible until we went public the next day. Like I said, it was all... Is your Twitter set to private? No, but I put it on a small Twitter page that not many people could find, and that was like an alternative page with not many followers. Okay, if I represent to you that 114,000 people saw that tweet, that's what's reflected on your Twitter. Hey, that was before or after he publicly made it public or publicized it. I'm asking you a question. Would that surprise you? Mr. Locke, I'm going to object. The timing of the views is in comparison to when the post of the number of followers she had on that post. I mean, he keeps talking about he never names her. We're getting ready to show the video where he specifically names Pink the day after these messages. The court. I mean, I agree. Asking how many views there could have been on this video now today is completely distorted. Which is true, because if you post, this is like, I'm glad the courts are seeing this, right? If you make a social media post, you do not mention anybody's name, and let's say it has 1,000 views, and then the person with 1 million views says, hey, this post is about me, and tags the person or responds to that person when that post only had 1,000 views, that post is now going to have 100,000 views because they're now talking about it and going public with whatever thing, and they're making an assumption that that person is talking about them. I've experienced that. Man, let me tell you a funny story. I've had let me clarify. I've had multiple people. I've had 2 women in my past where I have said something on social media, and these 2 women thought I was talking about them, and they hit me up. They're like, you're talking about me, aren't you? They sent me my own social media post, and they're like, you're talking about me. And I'm like, actually, I'm not. I'm not talking about anything. I'm not talking about you. But it's nice that you know that you think that I'm talking about you. I'm glad that you think that I think that you're that important, because you're not. One of the, you know something, I made a TikTok. I think it's still up. I made a TikTok with a thing of ice cream, and I was eating ice cream, and I'm like, one of the best things about being out of a relationship is eating ice cream, because you can, all the ice cream is yours. And I was just eating ice cream. They're like, how dare you? You're making passive aggressive stabs at me. No, it's in general relationships. That was so funny. I think that was one of the funniest things, is when somebody got mad that me eating ice cream, saying that I'm single. I have all the ice cream to myself now. I don't got to share. That can be applicable to any person I've dated. Stupid. It's so stupid. How many followers, how many views at the time, if she knows, but asked for reference today was not what you're asking her. All right. I agree with you, Your Honor. Let me strike this different. Let me ask this in different. You had more than 1 follower. Is that fair? Can we agree on that account? Yes. Okay. So understand that you were releasing information about your situation with John to at least 1 person. Can we agree that you discussed this online prior to John discussing it at all? Can we agree to that? A, I did not at the time say anybody's name, and it wasn't specifically about anyone at that. Like, didn't have the purpose of it for people to know exactly who. It was really for close friends and people in the space, if that makes sense. It doesn't. But do you want to... He just says, it doesn't, but do you want to keep explaining? Yeah, I don't really understand this point either. I'm going to object as vague for... I'm going to object as to vague for the question. I don't know if it's vague. It's definitely argumentative, so the objection sustained. I'll move on, Your Honor. Can we agree you were talking about John when you made that post? I had. It was some of what he had done. Okay. Somewhat. Yes. Like, it was like... So you just testified that it was. So I'm saying, like, it's not everything is what I'm explaining. But that post was about John. Yes, but not publicly stating anybody's name, and not many people knew who it was about at the time. Okay. From what I'm aware of. Okay, very good. I'll pass the witness to Your Honor. Yes, Judge, we're going to play what's been marked Applicant 47. It's one of the streams from November 22nd, 2024. So it'll be the day following the tweet that was just being discussed. And so I move to introduce that subject that we discussed for. No objection, no objection. Did you notice the comment sections were going up on... Did you notice the comments that were going up on the side? Did you have a chance to look at any of those? And if you didn't, that's okay. Yeah, I didn't read them all. Part of this video, had you made any allegations against Mr. Robertson in public? I made a tweet without explicitly saying anyone's name. Okay. Let me pull that up tweet. I think it's already evidence. They referenced in the medical records from Austin Oaks. You did not write down or fill out the paperwork, right? Nope. And the nurses filled out for you. Yes, that's right. And in there, did you also make reference to blank is causing you stress? I'm not entirely sure if it says it's in there. Okay, let's go over the records. And so the court is clear. You sued Mr. Robertson's ex-wife. You sued Mr. Robertson's ex-wife. Yes. You sued her based on the statements that she was allegedly making, correct? And those were the statements that opposing counsel highlighted, yes. Okay. What were the statements that she was accused of making? Can I go into detail? What was the lawsuit that, in just that section? Yes, just that section. She was accusing him of grooming me as a sex slave. So, wait, so his ex-wife reached out to her and told her, that Tectone was grooming her as a sex slave. And then she, in response, tried to sue his ex-wife. Why would you sue her, though? For something she has just said to you? Well, no, backing up, she also alleges that the ex-wife has video of them having sex because the cameras were in the house. This is so weird. It was his ex-wife making those allegations in a public forum, right? She was telling that privately to people. So the ex-wife was telling people privately that the current person Tectone was dating was being groomed for a sex slave. Got it. Okay, and so you sued, I guess, to stop that? I sued her so she wouldn't show any more videos or, like, make sure that she didn't have access to the footage that she had recorded of me. Okay, and so, but it wasn't you making those statements about Mr. Robertson. It was his ex-wife making. Yes. Let me finish my question. Oh, sorry. Have you received payment from his ex-wife? Is that right? You've received payment from his ex-wife. Is that right? Yes. All right. And there were some usual injunctions that you all can't talk about each other publicly, right? Yes. And Mr. Robertson has made reference to the NDA, right? On multiple platforms, right? Yes. All right. And without going into the details, the NDA relates to a lawsuit between he and his ex-wife post-divorce, right? I believe it was an agreement they made. Okay. It was an agreement. Yes. And there was some NDA signed relating to them not being allowed. Judge, I'm going to object speculation. Can I ask her? Can I rephrase? If she doesn't know, she doesn't know. She can ask the question. Did Mr. Robertson tell you about this lawsuit? He told me that he had sent her a cease and desist, paid her $30,000, and had her sign an NDA not to go public. Oh! Okay, so that's... Okay, I'm going to say it right there. That's wild. Tectone is definitely hiding stuff from his ex-wife. He definitely paid her off. 100%. Considering what we already know about Tectone, absolutely. Why would you get it? Like, here's $30,000 and sign this NDA. Don't go public. And this was right before you filed your lawsuit against her. Is that correct? I believe after he had her sign the NDA and paid her, we had our spat and I sued her. Okay. What was this? Was that his encouragement to sue her? He encouraged a lot of me to sign an NDA and keep all of it under wraps due to the allegations of his ex-wife had. He didn't want those going public. Okay, did you also lose a dog during this time before you went to Austin Oaks? Yes, my family dog. It wasn't just your breakup. You had other issues to why you went to Austin Oaks. Yes. Does going to Austin Oaks make any of your allegations or accusations against Mr. Robertson untrue? No. Question. Is there some reason why you wouldn't give a detailed information about the Austin Oaks record about what was going on with Mr. Robertson? I just wanted to get an evaluation and leave. That's why I was only there for 3 days. And you, in fact, did not return to live back at Mr. Robertson's place. Is that correct? No. All right. And then these are the tweets that Mr. Robertson, opposing counsel, was talking about. Is that right? Yes. Can you point out where in this you provide Mr. Robertson's name? Nowhere. Can you give me a time frame when this was occurred? No. Did he make any reference to the specific tweet in this rantings out online? Yes, all the time, a lot of the time. I'm sorry. And did he refer to his followers to this tweet? Yes. You heard in that video back in November 21st. I'm sorry. He said, it's war now. Yes. Do you recall that? Witnesses nods. And what has he done to your life since that statement made November 22nd, 2024? He's completely destroyed my streaming career. I barely ever stream. I had to completely switch to another platform for content and to make money. How did he destroy your career for streaming career? No one wanted to get near me because he would attack them too. And he had already done that to some people. An example is her name, Morgan. People don't want to associate with me or collab with me, so I actually ended up having to fly out to LA a lot to make friends and do collaborations to help my career. Question. There was reference to a text message that you sent him asking him for a blowjob right before you Austin Oaks. Do you recall that? Yes. All right. Can you explain to me to the court how that text came to be? Are you talking about the blowing? Yes. So I had tried to originally confide in a girl that was a mutual friend. Okay. When was this? When did you try to confide in her? I believe it was possibly a week before the text, or I don't remember. It was a little bit after the first time we broke up. Okay, so then what happened? I told her that he would make me give him blowjobs, and she freaked out. And I'm like, but it's all fine. It's not a big deal. And I got scared because I didn't know if I could trust her. He then, the next day, sat me in his office and sat me in a chair. And he's like, I'm going to get on the phone. I'm going to go step out inside and out. And he stepped outside of the office and said, you're going to tell me everything you told in detail. And I want to know if you're lying. And we're going to have her on the phone back and forth and find out all the information. You're going to text me what you're going to text me that you want me to suck my dick, or else I am not going to trust you. Okay, so finally we're getting context for this. See, this whole section here was not. I was wondering why she would say that to him. Because earlier, way above, pages and pages, she's like, yeah, he forced me to write this out and tell him I want to suck your dick as a way to build trust with him. It's like, what? Now that I have this context, it makes way more sense now. How tall is Mr. Robertson? How tall are you? All right. When he had you sat in the chair in the office, what was his demeanor towards you? Very angry. Did you have any concerns? I was just terrified that she was going to say too much and he might do something. I don't know. I was just kind of scared. Okay. Then how long after that before you confided in somebody else about the events that occurred during your relationship? Him and this other girl went to an anime convention. I asked my new assistant, she was a mutual friend of ours, to go with me to the domain that I needed somebody to talk to. I confided in her some of the things that he had, done. And then I told her that we never had sex and that it would only make me give him blowjobs. And she was just really worried. And me and her have become best friends since then. She's helped me a lot. And I know you had some sexual assault in your past. You said you knew that was a sexual assault. And I know the last thing you want to do is go to court. But can you just tell the court briefly what happened with that so the court can understand the distinction between what's in your head? He had gone to the hospital for an injury. He asked me if I could help him in a bathroom. We went into the bathroom. He pulled down my pants and essayed me, and I cried and told him no. Jesus. And that was your boyfriend at the time when you were in your 20s? Yes. Okay. And that was what you determined was essay? Yes. Okay. And you actually followed up with proper authorities and everything before that, right? Absolutely. And that's different than what Mr. Robertson was doing? Yes. He tried to murder, not alive, us out of guilt on the highway at one point. It was very intense. That was not what Mr. Robertson, that was, no, not Mr. Robertson. That was the other person. So that was an extreme events for you. Yes. And those are all the police record because he was 5150 for that, but that is different than the actions Mr. Robertson took with you. Yes, that was R. And your position is that, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Mr. Robertson had you engage in behaviors against your sexual behaviors against your will. Is that right? Yes. Okay. And it occurred multiple times on multiple occasions. Yes. And you still believe that a protective order is necessary for your safety and protection? Yes. And you're asking the court to grant it today? Yes, please. I passed the witness. Nothing at this time, Your Honor. I thank you for your join attorney at the table. Let's go ahead and take a long overdue. Back on the record. Judge, I would reserve myself for attorney fees at the very end. I have, and I'd like to introduce applicant 43, exhibit, opposing counsel. All right, let's call our first witness. The court, Mr. Robinson, if you please have a seat with Mr. and stand and make yourself comfortable. Witness sworn in. John Robertson. Oh, it's John maybe this is going to get crazy. Having first been duly sworn in, Mr. Pierre. This is TechTone speaking now, okay? We finally have gotten to TechTone. Everything else is done. Cross-examination, direct examination with the pink girl, the X, all finished. Now it's time. Let's see what Mr. Retard has to say. All right, John, if you could please introduce yourself. My name is John Robinson. I'm 32 years old. I make YouTube videos. And John, do you online have any kind of various social media streams? Yes, my screen name is Tectone. Tell me where you were born. I was born in Fort Sill, Oklahoma. On a military base. By the way, his military dad is a sex pest rapist. I just want to put that out there for people. Bad dude. Bad dude. I then move slowly. I want to ask you a question. Difficult. I want to ask you a question, and this may be difficult, but I realize that it will be. There was reference made earlier in this hearing about some sexual abuse that you experienced as a child. Yeah, when I was in 3rd grade. When you were in 3rd grade, around 3rd grade. Okay. You can. Can you pull that microphone just a little closer to you? Perfect. So 3rd grade. Tell me about that. It was with a female family member. My female family member was led to believe that she had a thing called My female family member was led to believe that she had a thing called crabs. And, you know, my mother was very upset for her being sexually mischievous. So one day, when she was supposed to be taking care of me, she pulled my pants down and mounted me and grinded on me to maybe... What? What? Well, you know, this already seems pretty accurate for somebody who's schizophrenic. This is what... So one day, when she was supposed to be taking care of me, she pulled my pants down and mounted me and grinded me on to maybe transfer the crabs. And then when she was called off later by another family member, and that's pretty much the extent of it. You've been very open about that. You've talked about that on streaming on various social media posts. Is that correct? Yes, I believe it's really important to be transparent with your audience, with the hardships you've been through in order to grow from it, from other people who've gone through the same thing. Okay, tell me about that. How do you think, probably what is obvious to anyone, that she sat through this hearing? A lot of people in this room have no idea what you do for a living. Yeah. The whole thing works. Did you get how did you get started live streaming, social media? Can you walk us through that? So I went up to Canada to date a girl I met off video game called League of... So I went up to a girl that I met off League of Legends. What a romantic way. You know, I can't... I met a girl once off a video game, and I dated her. So, you know what? I can't dig him too much for meeting a girl off a video game that you meet in a video game, and then you guys have a relationship, because I did it myself. So, I can't... I was going to do a whole joke, but I can't, because that would make me a hypocrite. I can't be a hypocrite. And I've been a pretty lazy guy in my life, and I'm not going to lie. So finding a way to get a job where I didn't have to work too hard was pretty important to me, because I am lazy. I'm not going to lie. I love that. I love him how he's just flat out admitting how lazy I am. I had a buddy called Shane. I used to play this game called Summer Wars. It's a Chinese got you game. You collect various dungeons and monsters. What's a got you game? I don't even fucking know what a got you game is. Got you game is like, well, it's kind of like, you know, you gamble and then the company's like, I got you. Like, you know, you're addicted to the game, so you got very addicted to these types of games really early on. So in order to recoup some of the money that I spent on these gambling games, my buddy Shane was like, hey man, if you were to stream this, I'd watch you every day. And I said, okay. And that worked out great, because I needed a way to support me and my wife at the time. We were both didn't really have much money. What does that mean? Didn't really have a whole lot of money. Well, I was collecting funds via the GI Bill that I inherited from my father. Well, okay. Then we know that. Wait, you can inherit GI Bills? That's a thing? And that money was coming soon to an end for my final, like a semester of college, and I realized that my money was over. And I'm a guy where no matter what, I like to be the provider in my relationship, because that's how, you know, that's how I always saw relationships, was that the man has to provide and take care of your wife no matter what. So I wanted to make my wife's life as easy as possible. And I was like, I'm going to make it, babe. I'm going to do anything I can. So I bet on myself, and she bet on me. And then lo and behold, 8 years later, I made it. Did it really start small? No, it was actually very quick, very fast. There was really never a period where I didn't have viewers. Something about me people aggravated towards. I don't really know what it was, but I blew up pretty quickly. I started my first stream, 7 viewers. Next stream had 10. Next stream was like 70 and 80. Then I got bigger and bigger and bigger. It took off from there. So we've heard a couple of different organizations throughout your hearing about OTK. Yep. Mythic Talent, one of those. OTK is an organization that was invited to by the member of Asmongold, tips out, and I think it was at the time Rich Campbell. And Asmongold was a streamer that I watched then, and I had like nothing, so he was like one of my idols. And so when he invited me to join the organization, I was like, oh my god, like we made it, which was awesome. So they just kind of make content to entertain the masses. Lots of IRL, lots of games, shows, kind of like Jeopardy. We had this one thing called Loot Goblins, and it was just kind of like Monopoly. And then we had Mythic Talent, was an organization where I created with some peers from another company called AFK, where they were actually, you know, not being too kind to their employees. And so I took some of their employees and made our own company, ad company, to bring money to creators, because it's very difficult to become financially stable as your content creator. Exactly. That's why I left YouTube as a job. In the world that's ever changing, you can lose everything in an instant. Sure. So being able to provide stability was important to me. So Mythic Talent was set out to do that. Sure. Okay. And I think we can take it as given. This is your primary source of income. My only source of income. Yes. Okay. So going into December of 2020, well, this is your only source of income. Everything. This was your job. Yes, sir. And this is when you met Pink. I met Pink via Twitter message that she sent me through one of our mutual friends. She was more close with Jay than I was, but I knew Jay, and he was a nice guy. He was always a little weird, but he was an honest guy. He was an earnest guy, and I liked him, but I never really spent that much time with him. But Jay recommended that I talk to her. Jay recommended Pink that she talk to me, and she shot me a message. She referenced, I believe she referenced Jay in the message, and I was like, okay, so this girl that Pink was talking about, apparently I had met Pink before at a party, and she tried to say hi to me, but I don't remember this. But she did send me a message via Twitter after that. I'm not a big party guy. I was just going through the motions, and yeah, we started talking in DMs. And very quickly, I found out that she likes two of my favorite things, which are anime and video games. You all hit it off? Yeah, pretty simple guy. If you like anime, you like video games, I like you. And so she expressed interest in that, and that's more me coming off my heel, and that is also me coming off my heels of my divorce. And I thought, wow, a very attractive woman is talking to me, and she likes anime and video games, and she's really nice. Let's hang out. She was already going on a date with another streamer called Corey, which she invited me to this date because she didn't know that date was a date. And then Corey heard that me and my buddy Laura were going, and the guy said, no, I'm good, and dipped. And then me and Laura went to go see Avatar: Way of the Water movie, which was horrible, but we sat there for hours, and we came back home and we played Settlers of Catan. You and Pink? Yep. Me, Pink, Laura. Oh, yeah. Okay. If I can add further. When Pink came to my house, it was the most forward a woman has ever been with me in my entire life. I've never experienced a woman so blunt with, like, for example, the topic of sex was brought up pretty quick. I had expressed that I'm not really into sex that much. I don't think I went into detail on why that was that night. She asked me what I was into and just said, I like long tongues. She then puts her tongue out, points to her mouth, and says, like this. And it was almost the most forward thing I've ever experienced in my entire life. Yeah, welcome to autistic people, dude. I didn't really know what to do, but I was like, wow, this is very straightforward woman, which I was kind of expecting because I knew she had, so you found her attractive, absolutely. And what month was your blah, 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 blah. At some point, when did she move in? Yes, she moved in really quickly. Pink and I's relationship excelled at a breakneck speed. She even invited me over for Christmas dinner with her family, like maybe 4 or 5 days after we started speaking. And me and my buddy Laura went to her family's house, and it was a very beautiful Christmas. Her family is actually very kind. I didn't really have much of a functioning family, so being invited. When did she move in? Oh, really quick. She would frequently complain about her house, and I had already flown in my other buddy Laura to stay with me for free because he was struggling. And you know, I don't like being alone, so I let him move in with me for free. And then Pink said that her house kind of sucked, and she didn't really have anything to do about it because she couldn't just move out because she couldn't afford it. And I said, hey, anything you need to make your life better, I'll do it. If you need money, I got you. Because there was this funny time she was in the house. She was very afraid because there was cockroaches. And so I came to my car, and I speed. I'm not gonna lie. I know I've sped really bad. I went like 80 and a 65. Got pulled over that night, and I told the officer, you know what, guys, why are you speeding? And I say, well, officer, it was for a girl. This girl I like. You know, oh my god, she's got this girl I like. She's got cockroaches. This what? Well, officer, I was speeding really fast because I had to go to Home Depot to save this girl because she had really bad cockroaches. He says, no problems. I get it. She lets me off, gives me like a warning, and then I go over there and pick her up. I bring her back to the house, and then I say, why don't we just let you move in? Question. Let me ask you a question. There's been talk about it that there was quid pro quo with the expectation that if Pink lived in your house rent-free, that she had to provide blowjobs to you. Is that true? Answer, not in the slightest. Question, do you have male roommates that were living with you? Yes. Adam Laura, did he pay rent? Never once. Okay, sounds like a silly question. Was he expected to provide blowjobs in exchange for living at your house? No, he was not. Okay. You and Pink were in a romantic relationship, is that correct? Yes. Was it intimate? I actually really enjoyed it. She was very kind and very quirky, and obviously she had some issues, but I'm okay with that. I love helping people through their problems, so I was more than willing to help Pink with whatever she needed. Okay, was it sexual? Yes. Okay. The fact that the officer let him off, I don't even know much. I don't even think that story even happened. Okay, look, we're dealing with a schizophrenic freak here. We're dealing with a guy who's not stable. And he's not. I've watched his streams. The guy's fucking an idiot. He's so fucking stupid. He went on a whole spiel last month talking to Hassan Piker filing a copyright strike. He pulls it up on screen. It's not even a copyright strike. It's a community guideline strike. Like, he's so fucking dumb. I don't know how people like Tectone even get as big as they do. Like, what am I doing wrong? I'd love to retire out of bus driving, but that's where I'm going to be doing for the rest of my days, probably. I'm convinced at this point you just have to be a really shitty person and you get famous. It was the most sexual relationship I've ever had. Why did that just happen? I did not. Okay, in this relationship progress, she was also streaming, yes. She was in, I realized there's a lot of kind of different worlds on the internet, and she had her own space. Were you invested in helping her grow online brand? Absolutely. He does talk a lot, dude. This is like the difference between him, this guy Tectone talking, and Pink is crazy. Like her with every one of my colleagues, if people want to find success in the world, I like helping them do that. And Pink is actually very funny. She was very good on her streams, and you know, she was struggling a little bit because it's hard to make it as a streamer. She started off with GTRP, and that she referenced earlier, very funny clips, did some great songs too, and you know, she was struggling for money, and I said, hey, if you ever want advice, I'm always here. Did you ever leverage relationship that you had in the industry on her behalf? Can you give me some context? What do you mean, did I leverage relationships? Did you, by this point in time, have you ever been in an online industry for streaming industry? Have you made connections with the industry? Is that accurate? Absolutely. Did you contact people that you knew in the industry to attempt to amplify her viewership? Of course. Okay. Yeah. I tried to make her have friends. She didn't really have too many friends, so I tried to help her make friends. I invited, you know, some people who I thought she'd get along with at the house, and I introduced her to everybody I knew. Okay. Was there any expectation that because of this assistance that you provided that there was a quid pro quo? No. That she was expected to return with sexual favors? No, sir. Okay. Did you ever threaten Pink with blank, or that if the relationship ended, you would destroy her in the industry? No, sir. Well, that's a lie. As a matter of fact, when we split up, there was an idea that maybe we could continue living together just as friends, but my friends advised me against it, but no, I would have never done that. Question. At some point, you were made aware of Jessica, your ex-wife, that there was some... Did she ask you if is she better than me in words to that effect? Yes, sir. Okay. When was that? To the best of my knowledge, I want to say that it was sometime between 2 or 3 months after Pink and I had started dating. So maybe March of 2023 or March of 2023, probably somewhere around that time. Okay. She was very uncomfortable. It was a very uncomfortable period of time. What information related to Pink? Did you tell Pink about this conversation you had with your wife? Well, I try not to let Pink know for maybe a week or two beforehand because Pink is very sensitive. So I try to deal with the issue beforehand, before she had to hear about it, because it was a problem. I'm going to attempt to solve it. And looking back on it, I probably should have told her earlier in the moment. I knew, but I thought I could have dealt with it myself. And so I didn't tell her immediately, but I did tell her. And to my expectancy, Pink did not receive it well. And no, I don't blame her for it. Well, it's very scary. Yeah, that's a reasonable reaction. Is that fair? Yes. She was upset about the notion that there had been some recording that she didn't know about. Of course, no woman would ever want that. Are you aware that she reported it to the Lender Police Department? I was. I heavily discouraged her, not because I'm horrified of my ex-wife, to be honest. Okay. And I just wanted to move on, but Pink is very when she sets her mind on something, she's going to do it. So against my wishes, she went ahead with it. Okay. And I would think the similarity with the lawsuit, yes. Is that fair? Yes. Were you aware of the lawsuit between Pink and Freem? Freem's the ex-wife? Yes, I was very aware. I heard about it every day. Okay, and the lawsuit is filed in June. We're aware of the allegations, application protective order. Specifically in the incident, there is alleged to have occurred in March 20th. Another incident that's alleged to have occurred, blah, blah. Are you aware of the allegation of the application? Yes, sir. I want to ask you under oath, are those allegations true? No, not in the slightest. Did you ever forcefully engage in oral sex with Pink? No, not ever once. Did you ever engage in oral sex without Pink's consent? No. There was never even a conversation about consensual non-consent, and I deny that because that idea makes me uncomfortable. Okay, just to be clear, March 2024, were you sexually abusive to Pink? No, sir. And by Pink, I mean the applicant in this case. No, sir. I want to thank you under oath. It was late, blah, blah, blah. Were you sexually abusive to Pink? Nope, nope. Every sexual encounter you had with Pink, was it consensual or non-consensual? It was very consensual. Okay, were there any non-consensual? No, sir. At any point in this relationship, was it strike, strike, strike? So this lawsuit that Pink filed, she discusses how rumors and just kind of online chatter about this. These alleged recordings that your wife had, how that was affecting her ability to get sponsorships, how it was affecting her ability to sign up as quickly as Mythic Talent, things like that. Did you see that in real time, how it affected her? Of course. I spent the majority of my days when I could, sometimes even cutting my own streams short, just to make sure that Pink was okay. You know, whether that was me or my family, trying to make sure that Pink was okay, that was all kind of my priority. I can absolutely vouch for that, you know. With those recordings, it made things a little bit difficult because, you know, it was told to me, allegedly, that the recordings were sent to the heads of Mythic Talent. Wait, so his ex-wife had access to cameras in their house. So this is confirmed by Pink and Tectone. What the fuck? Why? Why would you have cameras in your house and let your ex-wife have control of that? That is so strange. And you know, Mythic Talent already saw that I had a history with my ex-wife, and they were kind of hesitant on if I was going to date anybody new because, you know, they didn't want the repeat of that. And yeah, so it definitely did slow things down for her, absolutely, but I attempted to help her in every step of the way. Was that stressful for her going through that process? I think it would be stressful for anybody. I felt for her. I felt horrible for her because she trusted me, and I tried very hard to make sure she was okay. And I just felt like an idiot because she was very stressed, very scared, and would go into her room and scream and wail and break things. And it was very scary. I didn't blame her because I understood, but yes, it was very hard for her. It was hard. The relationship was very good until the stress of the stress of the ex-wife, of course. And is it fair to say that that stressed your relationship with her? Yes. Is it fair to say that the investigation and lawsuit, that the kind of participation relationship kind of falling apart? Yes. Pink and I's relationship was very fun. We played games. We liked the same things, but when Pink is worried about something, it consumes her. Okay. Too soon, every conversation was, okay, I'll hear it again. And I knew it was scary, so I wanted to let her vent. And, you know, I would take her to the bathroom, and I would sit her down and put on the water for the background noise to try to calm her down, because that's what calmed me down. Pink has a hard time expressing herself, so I would give her, like, a marker or a crayon to, like, draw on how she feels so I could more easily understand her. But yes, it made the relationship very difficult to where once making a lot of good memories just kind of became Pink's a wreck. How do I, as a man, take care of her and fix it? Were you aware that some of the kind of mental health stuff was going on with her? Yeah. And yeah. What was that when you found out she was going to Austin Oaks? No. Was that something that you were supportive of? I was blatantly aware of everything Pink had been stressing her out, everything she was dealing with. You know, my previous partner had things they had to deal with as well, but I took it as, if I give up on this person, you know who I am? I have my own issues. Who am I to give up with somebody because they have their own issues? So I tried helping her with it, sometimes successful, sometimes not, but I gave her my all, and that's pretty much all a guy can do. There were 3 times. Once, I believe Pink forgotten about. There was one time, when you guys broke up the first time, yes. There was 3 times. Once, I believe Pink has forgotten about. There was one where Pink wanted me to try to have sex, and I swore to her that I would try. And I did, it just didn't work. I was too afraid of committing vaginal... oh my god, dude. Imagine saying this fucking on the court record. I was too afraid of committing vaginal sex. It's not a thing I take lightly. I'm not a guy that sleeps around. And it's, you know, what if I get her pregnant? And also, you know, I'm not going to lie. The unfortunate reality is that I did have a fear... This is so real. He has a fear of vaginas. Tectone has a fear of the vagina. Oh my god, dude. I'm so even if I was afraid of no, I would be shot dead before I would ever say something like this on the fucking record. Look at that. I'm not gonna lie, the unfortunate reality is that I did have a fear of vaginas. It's still hard for me to look at vaginas. I'm a straight man, but something about them just scares me. Well, I can't relate to that, Tectone, thank God. Can't relate. And so, you know, when I lost my virginity, I had to even close my eyes just to kind of go through the motions. Sorry, am I rambling? What was the question? So the first question was that you broke up. Yes, okay. Dude, he is so schizo. There was one time where she didn't get... What was... John, yes? Hold on, yes. The first time you broke up, did you break up with her? The first time, sorry. Did she break up with you or was it mutual? Yeah, so the first time we broke up, I knew I had to do it. Some of my friends said, you know, you're not dating a girl at this point. You're dating a liability because they knew how Pink was back in the day because they... I'm going to object to the hearsay and move to strike. Sustained. Did I say something wrong? You can't say something that somebody else said. You can't say something that somebody else said. Oh, sorry. Yeah, absolutely. So did you break up with her? Yes. Or did she break up with you? Was it mutual? It was. We went to the closet and we sat down on the floor and I initiated the breakup. John, yes. Did you break up with her or did she break up with you? I broke up, or was it mutual? I believe it was mutual. Okay, the first time, yes. Let's talk about the second time. Sure. The second time you broke up, did she break up with you? Did she break up with you or was it mutual? She broke up with me. Okay, yes. That's the time. And that's the time. Strike that. Is it fair to say that after you guys broke up, you continued to communicate? Yep. Okay, is it fair to say that after you broke up, you continued to be intimate with each other? Yep. Okay, is it fair to say that after you broke up, you remained friends? Tried my best. I could. Yep. Were things cordial? Yes. Cordial, but a little bit uncomfortable, as anybody who breaks up with somebody would be. Sure. Complicated relationship? Yep. You guys ever been together for a year and a half? And I'm not going to lie, I was shortly after we broke up, I did become interested in another girl. Okay. And so, you know, it made things a little bit complicated. Okay. And you continue communicating with her every single day? Yep. She was still living at your house? Yep. There was talks of us continue moving in to a new place together because our old residence, for lack of a better term, just kind of sucked. Okay. So we're going to go to a new place together with friends. Kind of a new foresaw that she wasn't going to be possible if she had a new partner. So me bring, you know, 30, 31, I don't really have too much time to waste in my eyes. So we decided not to, or more. So I decided we should not live together. Okay, and she moved out? Yes. This was before or after Austin Oaks? To the best of my knowledge, I believe it was shortly after. Yes, no, it was shortly after Austin Oaks. Her assistant helped her move out. I want to ask you about I want to fast forward to November 20th, 2024. When did you first find out about Pink's tweet? I found out probably before it was even posted. I heard rumblings from some of my friends that something was going to be posted. I'm going to object to hearsay. The court sustained. Again, John, you can't say what somebody else told you. Sorry. Were you made aware of... Yes, very quickly after the posting. How quickly? Almost instantly. Okay. I found the tweet. Did you find out? How did you find out about the tweet on November 20th? I saw it after it was posted on a lot to take in, and then, yeah, that is when I found out about it, or at least when I saw it. Did you start receiving messages online about the tweet? Within 3 hours, the heads of my company told me that I'm going to be... Objection, hearsay. John, listen to the question I am asking. Dude, he's had three hearsay sustain objections in like the matter of like less than 3 minutes. Within 3 hours. That's like one of the best things about... Here's the thing about court stuff. The less you speak, the better. The less you talk, the better. Especially when you're being cross-examined. So like when people say like, when did you start receiving messages online about the tweet? Within 3 hours. Very quickly. Like, why? Nobody, he just adds on extra things for no reason. That can actually... doing that stuff can get you seriously fucked up in court. Listen to the question I'm asking. Sorry. That day, did you receive messages? Yes. About Pink's tweet? Yes. Judge, may I approach any objection other than authenticity? No, Your Honor. Okay, this was to be the respondents. Judge, at this time, I'll offer what's been previously provided. Respondent 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The same ones. Yep. Are we duplicating? I thought we already agreed to these. No, only 5 was submitted. Are those? Don't have any. This is just admitted shit. Did you have the opportunity to see Pink's tweet? I saw Pink's tweet and thought, damn, I sure hope this doesn't turn into anything. And then it slowly but surely, then very quickly became a very big thing. Okay, but you saw it. Yes, I saw it. We'll offer respondent or objection, respondent. And John, when you saw this tweet, and we've talked about it a lot, did you have any doubt that this was talking about? No. Pink has had a history of vague subtweeting, is what I call on the internet. Okay, she did it a lot to my ex, and so then I saw this. I'm like, oh my god, it's happening to me now. And John, well, it was well known to your followers that you were dating Pink. It was blatantly obvious. Okay. Would you then say it was blatantly obvious? What do you mean? I mean, she would dress up as random characters, you know. We would stream together. I would be on like every single one of her streams, you know. She would have an anxiety attack, and I'd be like, are you okay? Like, we'll take care of the stream and everything. She's going to be okay. It was pretty much as clear as mud. Okay. For anybody else, it's well known to her. Was it well known to all of her followers that she was dating you? It was well known to all of her followers that we were dating her. Is that, I'd like to clarify in all fairness, it was very clear to my followers. To all of her followers, maybe not so much, but to mine, yes, very apparent. He's used to rambling on stream, and he can't stop himself on stand. Absolutely, Darcy. So again, when you saw this tweet, did you have any doubt that she was talking about? No, there's not a single doubt in my mind. All right, in that vein, we're talking about response number 5. Did you start to get the messages almost as soon as Pink's tweet went up? Yes. Okay, and is the respondent's 5 accurate characterization of the type of message that you would receive? They were way worse than that. That's one more of a, like, get shit on posts, but yeah, that's a lot worse than that. Okay. Number 6, 7 respondents. There's a hashtag Tectone. Yep. With a post date. Looks like November 21st, 2024. Yep. That one the previous was before the hashtag went from Tectone to hashtag Rapetone is my new name on the internet instantaneously. Yes, being called a SA and pedo was very frequent. And on the response exhibit 6, it looks like underneath your shirt, there's a 2M. What does that represent? 2M means 2 million views. Okay, so this post, there was 2 million views. Yes. Look at the response exhibit A. It was posted, and how many views did it get? That has 37,000 views, which is one of the smaller ones. Judge, the only thing I'd like to point out here is that there's no indication of when these pictures were taken. These screenshots to know that the time of November 21st were actually many views, so I don't actually think court agreed. I think that's a mischaracterization of the evidence before the court. It is. I think that goes to weight, not necessarily the admissibility, correct? Let's talk about the response exhibit 9. Let's talk about that. How many views did it have? That had 2.1 million views. Okay, when was it posted? Before I responded to that, I think I responded sometime around 5 a.m. and 22nd before I go to sleep. So yeah, this was about 26 hours before then. So almost immediately after. So maybe like, what, 12 hours after Pink posted? And I want to. There's been some questions from the applicant about the timing of these views, of course. And when the traffic happened, when eyes were on. Yep, the allegation against you from Pink. What is this? And we're seeing in the respondents exhibit 10. Well, this is a great one because this shows you exactly how many live people were watching the day of the 21st. As you can see at the bottom there, it says noon, Tectone sexual assault allegations. And as you can tell, the viewer count, judging by the screen graph, is going up. If you notice, the peak is at 12 o'clock to 12:50, which is when Denims changed their stream title to Tectone SA allegations. Oh, Denims is mentioned in this. We love Denims on this channel. Do not like Denims. And her, amongst many other streamers, were all live streaming that, including Mike from PA from the previous screenshot, leveraging viewers to come to react to it live on the 21st before I had said anything. And what do we see on the second page of the respondent 10? This is another stream where our real live-time viewers are there. It was a 4-hour stream, and all you can tell the moment is that Tectone SA allegations are going to be covered. That yellow front is the indication that the stream title was changed to that. And as you can tell, the interest is that at all-time high for that individual stream, which is Denims, who is at the top 500 streamers in the entire world out of, I believe, 7 million. Is she really that high? Okay, so it's fair to say that when you responded on November 22nd, the false allegations that Pink made in her tweet, it is fair to say that there was a substantial amount of understanding and knowledge about the accusations against you. No, there was No, only there was substantial knowledge for anybody who is the Twitter savvy to also trending on Twitter in the United States. So yes, everyone was talking about it, which is why it was forced upon me to respond, as well as the owners of my company decided to let me go as well because of the allegations. What was it? Pink's tweet, a secret or small sphere of knowledge of influence when you responded to the kind of blah, blah, blah. It went viral very quickly, as well as the multiple articles, as well as multiple Twitter accounts that were covering due to those. To Pink's benefit, that is her alternative account, but an alternate account does not prevent a tweet from going viral, and that tweet pretty much went viral, and the internet ran with it very quickly. On November 21st, did you receive any news about the future employment, future prospects with one of your businesses? Yes. What was that about? OTK decided to let me go. They had two previous members, one of them being Rich Campbell, who had sexual assault allegations, who did not get to prove his innocence until 3 years after, as well as another streamer by the name of Ms. Kiff, who also had sexual assault allegations, and his is still kind of up in the air. So people were ready to run with the ball of, look at that, another streamer from his organization is a piece of shit. And you were to let it go instantly. I would like to say, much to OTK's benefit, they were very kind. They didn't put out a statement because they just wanted me to move past it. They said, thank you, TechTone, for being part of us. We will not renew your contract, and echoed the same sentiments. I said, yep, I enjoyed my time. We departed. But OTK, the next day, John, on November 22nd, you responded in your stream, if Pink's tweet hadn't been sent, hadn't been released online, you would never have mentioned the situation between you and Pink. Of course not. Okay, why is that? Well, if somebody isn't attacking me, then there's really no reason to attack them. Okay, so self-defense. And did all that change November 20th, 2024? Yep. Will you receive messages threatening you? Oh, yeah. Did you receive dozens? Would you receive hundreds? Would you receive thousands? I know it's kind of hard for someone who is not plunged to quantify this, but tens of thousands daily. Not just messages, but, you know, messages to my face, like my stream, as well as people in real life. Many times, thankfully, I'm a bigger guy, so I was able to feel a little bit safe. But I did admittedly just stop going out for a while. But yes, those messages were constant. To be honest, they still are. You still receive threats? Yep. Threatening your life? Yes. Even had a swatting attempt on me as well. Yeah, me too, bro. It's nothing special. Okay, so somehow got my address. I don't know how. They told me I had children upstairs and I was SAing them. Oh, that's fucked up. Don't do that. I'm going to object to hearsay. Sustained. You still receive threats? Yep. About your life? Yes. For the last 5 months, have you had any firearms in the house? No, sir. Can you protect yourself? No, sir. Do you continue to receive threats from people online? By the hour. John, have you called Pink since the application for protection order was filed? No, sir. Have you emailed Pink? No, sir. Have you messaged Pink in any way? No, sir. On any social media channels? No, sir. Have you direct messaged her? No, sir. Have you sent her business letters? No, sir. Have you gone to her house? No plans. Nope. In fact, did you move? I moved, yes, to get away from everything. I moved to San Antonio, in specific Fair Oaks. Okay, it's about 2 hours away. Have you attempted to contact her in any way? Nope. And since the application for protective order was filed, have you discussed the situation specifically, or have you used her name? Have I used her name specifically in recent memory? Over what time period? Well, let me put it this way. Pink made an allegation against you. Yes, from your perspective, that tweet was about you and accusing you of the things that are in that tweet. Yes. Is that fair? Yes. Did you defend your innocence? Of course. And did you absolutely make statements online that the truth would come out? Absolutely, of course. Okay, did you ever threaten Pink with any kind of physical violence? No, of course not. Last of the witness. Mr. Robertson, did you ever engage in vaginal intercourse with my client? No, ma'am. All right, so this is Pink's lawyer now pointing out to him. Did you ever exchange in any performal oral sex on my client? No, ma'am. That's crazy, man. So he's never, like, eaten a girl out in his life. Damn, you're missing out, brother. No, ma'am. Okay, in fact, the only one that received any kind of sexual satisfaction was from her. Is that correct? Correct, yes, but she would obviously pleasure herself while doing this. God. Yeah. So in the romantic relationship you had, would you consider yourself the only person actually getting physically sexual contact from the other partner to be a normal one, like what you had with her? Unfortunately, in my mind, it was normal. That's how my previous relationship was as well, so I thought it was just normal. My shortcomings are unfortunate, but I would have, if I thought to have the capability to be a better partner, but I would absolutely admit I was selfish partner sexually. Absolutely. And did, in fact, you not kiss or make out with her? That's not true. Oh, we kissed quite often. Oh, okay, we're hearing two different things. Because she said earlier that he never kissed. Did you request to spit in her mouth on occasion? No, ma'am. Okay, so it is true that when she said that you did not satisfy her in any way orally, correct? Is that correct? No, I did not use my mouth upon her, no. Besides kissing. And you did not even use your hands to touch her vagina, is that correct? No, ma'am. You did? Oh, no, I did not use my hand. Okay. And in fact, none of, like, your hands never go near her pants. Is that correct? I would grab her butt. Okay, but over the clothes and under the clothes, that was the full extent of it. Is that right? I think the closest furthest we ever went from me trying, because I did try, she would wear underwear and would put my penis near her vagina to see if it could remain hard. It just would not work. Oh my God. We tried our best, but it just didn't work. Dude, no person should ever get fucking near this man, period. Like, oh my God. Like, I would just say, no, I was not aroused. No, I was not aroused. Why is he... She would wear underwear and would try to put penis near her vagina to see if it would remain hard. It would just not work. We tried our best. It just wouldn't work. So your dick... So you what? You have erectile dysfunction? So it was just... Her comments about you having to give you blowjobs was accurate. That is truthful, right? I did appreciate them, yes. Okay. And in fact, on times you would demand them, correct? No, ma'am. Okay, is it true that you have ever posted on social media that it's hot girls when they have their lips done with filler for blowjobs? Yeah, of course. Okay, in fact, you said on social media that you can't go too hard on them when they first get their lips filler done because it causes problems with their filler, correct? I'm not familiar with that comment, but perhaps I would say that I didn't say that. Okay. And in fact, your exact statement on February 5th, 2025, after the allegations were made, lip fillers, they do not make your lips look fuckable as shit. But the problem is anyone who has lip fillers cannot suck dick worth a damn. It sucks because if they suck dick too hard, it fill up. Fuck up their little lip fillers. Is that correct? Yes, I became very familiar with the flaws with lip fillers. Okay. Have you also ever said online, after you were made aware of these allegations to my client, that you were the only streamer who has ever documented... Wait, what? After you were made aware of these allegations by my client, that you are the only... That you are one of the only streamers who has had a documented blowjob machine? Answer, Pink did describe herself as a blowjob machine, yes. Question, well, you were actually on your stream February 3rd, 2020, actually stating, I am the only... I'm sorry, let me read that over again. I am the only streamer who has had a documented blowjob machine. Is that correct? Yes, I was attempting to make a light of the situation. You're making light of the situation of somebody accusing you of sexual assault? Yes, because if I take it too serious, then everybody's going to think it's real. And then if you're in a self-defense mode, you kind of got to say, you know, anything to save face, because when people are calling you a R word every day, I mean, you got to let it roll off the shoulder to make a joke. And so the best way to defend yourself is to make the other person basically a whore, correct? Answer, I don't believe that that's the best way you can do it. Well, that's what you've done. I mean, the first thing you said when you testified today was that she was the most forward woman that you've ever had in your life on day one. I don't think calling someone forward is calling them a whore, really. When you talked about what you said, you like long tongues, and she exposed her tongue. You thought that was appropriate behavior? It was probably inappropriate. That's probably what made it attractive, maybe, though. I'm just not used to it. Okay, so do you not see that you are painting her in a particular light, that you talk about these things in the open court? I can only give an accurate representation of the truth. If it makes someone appear a certain way, that's not really against or not really my intention. I'm just trying to give you an accurate representation of the things and how they happened. Okay, so tell me this, miss. My client actually had a house that she was renting in South Austin at the same time she moved in with you. Is that correct? Yes. And she was actually making about $10,000 a month or so. Is that correct? I don't think she was making that much. Was she making that $10,000 a month? I'm asking. Oh, is it your understanding that she, because you have testified that she didn't have any money, that's why she needed to move in with you, correct? And I need to slow down. I'm sorry. Did I testify to that? I thought I just said she didn't enjoy her house and wanted to move in. Okay, so she actually broke her lease, to move in with you. Is that correct? Yes. And there was actually not a bunch of roaches. There was one roach, and there was one roach, and you all made it a joke to tell people there that there were roaches all over her house when there was only one. I told you earlier, the roach thing didn't fucking make any sense. I told you it was fucking a lie, dude. I told you he was lying. I told you he was lying. I told you. That whole story to when he told the cop in the ticket, I knew that was a goddamn lie. They got him. Tectone got him. Review Tech USR. Is that actually you, my dude? Is that actually you? Oh, it is you. Yeah, I need to respond to your email, man. I am very behind. I want to have you on for an interview. Okay, I meant my email that I sent you. I'd like to have you on. What are you doing next Friday? Seriously, thank you for the $2 super. Sorry I haven't replied to your email. But what are you doing next Friday? Any Friday, honestly. Any Friday this month or next month. Honestly, any Friday that works for you, tell me what Friday works for you and we'll do it. I'd like to have you on because I want to interview you. I got a gazillion questions I got to ask you because I'm behind on so much drama. Anyways, so back to the roaches thing. So there was actually not a bunch of roaches. There was one roach and you made it all a joke to tell her that to tell people that there were roaches all over her house when there was only one. Okay, is that correct? That could be correct. You're alive, you fell asleep and woke up, Dan yelling. Yeah, I've yelled a couple times. I mean, come on, dude. This guy literally talks about how his penis doesn't work in federal court, in court, just openly. Like, nobody asked you to talk about your dick not getting hard. No one asked that. And he's a whole paragraph says, my dick doesn't work. My dick doesn't work. It's been so long that I've just accepted that what it was. I thought she had more roaches. Oh my God. This is in court, man. This is embarrassing. Well, I wouldn't want to be different than what you actually told law enforcement officer. Remember the detail that you went in a minute ago? Yeah, about the police stop on the way. She called because there was roaches. Okay, and then you had to sell all of her furniture from her rental house? Yep, okay. Well, I wouldn't say I had to do that, but that's definitely happened. Okay, so you also, at the same time in the lawsuit, wanted her to sign an NDA because you didn't want all of your ex-wife's allegations public. Is that correct? Can you repeat that? We talked about the lawsuit, correct? You tried to paint it as if you were not involved in it. In fact, you wanted nothing to do with it, correct? I tried my hardest not to be part of it, but obviously when Pink was worried about it, I tried to assist her. Yes, it is me. Let's talk, respond back. Yeah, I will apply. After I'm done streaming, I'll apply to your email and we'll get a date set up. Promise. Okay. And in fact, was the attorney's name that handled the case? I'm not. Aaron? You don't remember Aaron? No, I'm not familiar with Aaron. Are you familiar with Alex Conant? No, not familiar with that guy either. Okay. Were you originally behind the lawsuit when it started, but after you all broke up is when you withdrew your support of that litigation? One more time, sorry. I'm trying to make sure I understand you clearly. Sure. You were actually on my client's side on that lawsuit towards his ex-wife until that time you all broke up and you withdrew your support of that lawsuit. Yes, I tried to support Pink with whatever she needed. And in fact, what your concern was not whether she should do it or not. You were concerned more about the NDA language and some violation that maybe possibly involved you, correct? Answer. My intentions were just kind of to assist Pink. I mean, obviously, I think if I can toss myself a bone in those situations, I'll do it. But I mean, it's mainly just about Pink, being okay. Answer. Okay. Will you agree with me? Have you indicated that it's important to be honest with your viewers, correct? Of course. Have you told your viewers that you are schizophrenic, correct? Yes. Are you in fact suffering from schizophrenia? Is that right? If by suffer you mean diagnosed, yes. I really wouldn't consider it suffering. Well, who is your mental health provider that tells you this information? My mental health provider was just like a psychiatrist from New Mexico State University back in freshman year. And I said, hey, sometimes I think and see things that aren't there. And he goes, you're schizophrenic, take these pills. Well, wait a minute. You've said on your stream to the court, yeah, that you're schizophrenic and that you have hallucinations once a month. Is that correct? Yes. Are you telling this court under oath that you are not seeking mental health treatment for your serious mental health condition? It's very much under control. No, it's not. I mean, the worst that I'll really get into is like Pink said, I'll see a face and it's like, melting. And you think that's okay to go without medical supervision for that? My experience with medication kind of turned me into a zombie and almost got me to end my own life. So I kind of fear medication because the last attempted to OD. Are you aware of the consequences of being an untreated schizophrenic? No. Okay. Are you aware that being untreated can lead to worsening psychosis, including hallucinations and delusions? I'm sure more severe cases of schizophrenia could be absolutely do that well. But tell me this, are you a licensed medical professional? No, ma'am. So, how would you know how serious or not your case of schizophrenia is? I guess it's kind of goofy. There's this movie called oh my god. There's this movie called The Beautiful Mind. And so I was like, man, this is so messed up, and mine is nothing to compare to that. So, you know, I hear people who like talk to people who aren't there, and I'm just like, what's that? Oh, it's gone. Question. Are you aware that it can lead to chronic neurobiological deterioration from not getting treatment of schizophrenia? This I do know. This I do know. If you have schizophrenia and you're not taking the proper things for it, anytime you have an episode, there's brain deterioration in your brain, in your head. It's called neurobiological deterioration from not getting treatment. Schizophrenia only gets worse over time. I can absolutely believe that. Okay, so are you aware of the medication and therapy can significantly reduce your psychosis and allow you to better function? Yeah, I absolutely believe that. Okay, so what medications are you currently taking? Just a multivitamin and fish oil, so nothing. Okay, so what therapy are you doing to help you reduce your psychosis and allow for better functioning? When was the last time you sought therapy with registered professionals? I don't recall. I don't believe I've ever. Just kind of just, you know, just checking with my homies, seeing if I'm okay and talking about my problems. That's about it. Are you aware that one of the challenges of schizophrenia is the lack of insight by the person suffering from schizophrenia? The Beautiful Mind was about DID, not schizophrenia. That's what I thought, but I can't, honestly, it's been so long since I saw Beautiful Mind, I don't even remember I know it had something to do with a disorder. But you're right, Darcy. It is DID. Go figure, he can't even make a distinction between DID and schizophrenia. Those are very two separate things. But they do overlap. A lot of things like DID, schizophrenia, BPD, they all in some context overlap and stack on each other. I actually did not know that. Okay. And that people with schizophrenia often don't realize that they're ill, making them resistant to treatment. Are you aware of that? No, I was not aware of that. Okay, judgment approach. We're going to look over this first. You've indicated that you were immediately called a pedo and a R word. Is that correct? And this was a direct result of the comments made by my client on her sub account. Is that correct? Yes, ma'am. Would you tell me where on the threads you're looking at? Will you tell the court what exhibit number that you're referencing to? The one with the tweet? Am I referencing a picture? Yes. Okay. Exhibit number 11. Thank you. Now, tell me where on there she refers to you as a pedo. Oh, nowhere. Okay. Did you hear my question where I just asked you were being where you were blaming her for them calling you a pedo or a R word the very next day? When someone's okay with calling you a R word, they're not going to draw the line at pedo or abuser, because once you're kind of open the gateway of like, hey, this guy is a R word, is anybody really going to fight him on? Well, he's just an R. But I wouldn't say a pedo. People will just, it opens the floodgates. They're going to call me anything they want now. Okay, so you believe that even though my client never referred you as a pedo, it's her fault that you were called that? Once you get called a R word, I don't think there's anything worse than that. So you might as well just add on more to it. You think molesting children is not nearly as bad as being called? Wow, what a question. You think molesting children is not as nearly as bad as being called a R word? This video, by the way, is probably going to get demonetized because I've said the R word way too much, but I'm trying to censor me saying the R just because that word triggers YouTube's system. So it's annoying, but the last time I said the R word, I got demonetized. My live stream got demonetized, so I'm trying to avoid saying it. It's absolutely terrible. Okay, let's talk about it. Give me 1 second, Judge. Let's just go over, you can't have subtweets. So let's just go over a couple of, those subtweets you're getting and receiving days after or actually don't show anything the same day of her tweet. Is that correct? Yeah, it's not the 20th, correct? Okay, so your testimony is that you received within moments of it being published on the internet was incorrect. No, it was correct. The tweets that I pulled were kind of just like last second. I could probably dig more, but I haven't dug. I maybe dug for like 15 minutes. Wait a minute. This has been on file since August. You've known about this since your last video on November 21st, 2024, and you're telling me this court under oath that you only spent 15 minutes to dig up these just for court today? Oh my God. Yes. God, he's so fucking retarded. Do you remember getting online and telling all of your followers that you had all the evidence back in November 2024 and you were ready to produce it all? Of course. Okay, so where are those messages from 2020 that you show from November 20th, 2020 that showed that you immediately received notifications of her post? Answer. Notifications are obvious. They got to be from the moderator first in the Discord, as well as calls from the higher ups in my company. And the bigger tweets started to pop up the day. I'm not really sure. Maybe you can refresh my memory exactly what time this was posted on November 20th. You've indicated that you have gotten death threats. Is that right? And these death threats are specifically related to the issues with Pink. Is that correct? It definitely had a big snowball effect. Okay. So do you blame the current death threats that you were getting? Are they a direct result of my client's statements back in November 2024 on her sub account? Answer, I would absolutely say that they were one of the root causes, as well as the I can't say that word. That's a hard word. Exacerbation? Exacerbation. I don't know how. I probably butchered that. I'm sorry. So it doesn't have anything to do with your current white... Oh, and a question. So it doesn't have anything to do with your current white privilege comments and propaganda racist towards whites? That has nothing to do with death threats? Is that correct? Okay, so I'm not sure what she's referencing this. But if he said that, then it's fully understandable why people fucking call him those types of things. Like, if you're going to start... Oh, man. Answer. If I can explain on that. When all these things came out, I lost pretty much a large chunk of my audience. The content creators kind of have to pivot what they're doing to other topics once they lose access to a demographic. So originally, I never really covered anything political or talking about, you know, white privilege. But yeah, I would say my content definitely had to find a new route on how to be successful online. And so unfortunately, I had to make a little bit more extreme comments to be successful in a career that I am now. What? Are you serious? So all these fucking... So what he's admitting here is all of his political takes that he's had are literally just rage bait. This is what he... So in order to be successful, that's why he started pandering to politics and talking about politics and having some tweets of his go viral. Interesting. That is fascinating. Well, that's the reason as of October 2025 that you were starting to make statements regard to white supremacy and people being racist against white people. Is that correct? Just to make sure, are you saying that I'm a white... Just to be sure, are you saying that I'm a white supremacist? I'm asking you about your post was regarding. What did it say? Let's talk about October 28th, 2025. Valkyrie. Valkyrie, she's a very successful content creator, dating one of the largest leftist political content creators in the world. Okay, so yes, I can't say her name, Valkyrie. If you treat somebody different or assume somebody's past is based on their race, that's racist. Yes, even to white people. Is that correct? Yeah. For the same reason the internet believes that if you judge someone based on their skin color, it's bad unless you're white. And then it's okay. So I've talked about that briefly on the internet. Well, maybe a little bit more than briefly at this point. And you refer to Hassan, who is another streamer, as a terrorist supporter and a dog abuser, correct? I mean, I do agree with this about Hassan. But I don't need to agree specific. I don't need to retweet Tectone because he hates Hassan. I hate Hassan for different reasons. But this is true. Yeah, he electrocuted his dog on stream, and then he says Hellbulza was doing a good thing, and I don't think supporting a terrorism is a good thing, nor is abusing your animals. White privilege is propaganda with the real racists have been using to be racist towards whites for things they never actually did for decades. You posted that October 27, 2005. Is that right? That sounds like something I posted. Okay. But the death threats are originated because of my client's post where she didn't name you in November. Is that right? Yes. You can check the timestamps of the threats if you like. How about your stance on the trans children? Has that gotten you death threats? Oh, Jesus, I didn't even know. Of course. Okay, so that didn't come from my client, correct? Correct. But those are far after this whole ordeal happened. Okay, but upon questioning from your lawyer, you blamed my client for death threats. Yeah, well, the ones in regards to me being a R word, of course. Why wouldn't I? I don't think people like R's very much. Okay, I just think it's kind of, I'd like to wrap things up for you. Originally talked about being authentic with your audience, and unfortunately you have said sexual assault experience, and unfortunately you've had a sexual assault experience yourself. I'm sorry for that. Thank you. And it's okay for you to talk about that experience with the public. Is that right? Of course. So then why is it okay for you to talk about your experiences, but when my client cannot talk, ooh, this is great. I love this. I love this. This is great. You said it's okay to talk about your experiences with the public. So then why is it okay for you to talk about your experiences, but my client is not allowed to talk about her experiences when she doesn't name you? Bada-ding, bada-boom, right there. It's always these motherfuckers who come along here and be like, hey, you know what? You can't talk about your... I wasn't named, you didn't name me, but you're not allowed to talk about me in that context. This is so rich. I love this. Pink's lawyers were really good. Very good. Well, one, because it didn't even happen, and two, because everybody knew who she was referring to. Everybody knew. Okay. As you can tell by the viral tweets. All right. Tell me this. Did you ever make her write words on her face when you gave her a blowjob? Yes. Okay. How many times did you record her? A lot. Okay. How many times did she tell you, no, I don't want to be recorded? Never. I don't believe that. I genuinely don't believe that. That's a fucking lie. How many times did she actually agree to be recorded? Every time. She would even hold the camera. Okay. And tell me this. You made a reference, I thought this was interesting, about how she tried to have a conversation with you about non-consensual versus consensual, and it made you uncomfortable, so you didn't want to discuss it. Oh, so she said she would be okay with consensual/non-consensual because she was so forward about wanting to have vaginal intercourse. She told me that it would be okay if I just tried that while she was sleeping, in which case I said no, that makes me uncomfortable. Okay, and did you tell her that if she wrote and what it is that you had her write on her face? I never had her write slut on her forehead. Oh, but you did have her write come here with an arrow pointing towards her mouth. Okay. And did you tell her that exchange for her doing that you would attempt to have vaginal intercourse with her and that you could have a normal relationship? No. Okay. That was just, you know, dressing up. I'm sorry. That was just like that was just like dress up. And it would be like that. That's a degrading thing to do to a woman, is it not? Is that correct? Oh no, she would frequently cosplay for me. Okay, she would frequently degrade herself. Is that what you're telling the court under oath? I didn't mean to say that. I was just saying, you know, she would try different outfits just to see how was that. You know, like, do these things make me excited? How is an outfit the same thing as writing a derogatory statement on somebody's face to come here? I guess I didn't really see it as degrading, and it was also kind of both of our idea just to make things a little bit more fun in the bedroom. So this isn't maybe the problem, Mr. Robertson, that she views what you did as non-consensual and you just don't see it that way. I think if I was ever informed a single time that things were uncomfortable or she didn't like that she was doing, I would immediately say, well, then let's not do it. To be completely honest, I'm not really much of a sexual guy. That's not true. That is absolutely not true. I don't know if there's stuff on his Twitter exchange history that I don't have on file right now, but it's telling he absolutely is sexual. He jerks it to anime, so that is confirmed. But that's not true. You actually would sit her down with a whiteboard and go over everything, convince her that she was wrong, right? I'm failing to see how these two things connect, but I don't understand what you in regards to what we have talked with a whiteboard before. Yeah, and you would use a whiteboard to show her that she was wrong in the other positions she was taking, and that you overall disagreed with her on, correct? Oh, if we were having a disagreement, weren't seeing eye to eye, visual aid really helped her as well as her to me. Okay. And do you know what coercive control is? Yes. And you told her that she had memory problems, right? I believe we had discussions on her memory problems, not her memory not being, sharp as a tack. Sure, I'm sure we had conversations about her memory. Okay, and because of this, you believe that her memory recollection, because of what she is saying how now, is false and incorrect, right? Do I believe her current memory of what happened between us is incorrect? Yes, I believe it's incorrect. Your ex-wife made some pretty awful allegations against you, didn't she? She did, but she admitted that they were lies. Well, now remember, you have an NDA, so... Oh, it's in the court order. Okay, but you had some pretty serious allegations, yes, that she made against you. Uh-huh. And so you learn from that marriage what can happen when false allegations... Well, not false. I don't know if they were true or not, but you knew how to handle allegations like that from your first marriage, correct? I don't think I handled those pretty well. I think I handled those pretty bad. But you definitely knew how to handle it when you had my client in your house, right? It was kind of a mess when it happened, to be honest. Well, tell me this. How many times did you go with her to any of her therapy appointments? I don't think I was invited. Okay. Did you tell her what things to tell her therapist to get her prescribed certain medications? Oh my God, I see where this is going. I definitely tried to help her understand, try to help her make sense of what was going on in her head. She wanted to tell me this is the kind of thing happened to me, and I would say, well, maybe it's this. I've definitely tried to help her in her journey and therapy medication. And what pharmacological why can't I say pharmacological? I can't say that word. Pharmacy. What pharmacy background do you have to give her any advice on medications? I'm definitely not qualified, but I think any partner would try to help their partner with issues. But yet you couldn't help yourself with your own? Yeah, as a result of poor experience with my own medication. I passed the witness. We rest at this point. All right, both sides have rested. I don't know what you want me to do. I don't know if you want me to do attorney fees, submission, testify them. I'll pull my affidavit. Thank you. Officer of the court. My name is Michelle Locke. I have been licensed attorney in the state of Texas. This is my 24th. I've been licensed. I'm in good standing with the state of Texas. I can't believe I just said 24 years. I practice in law exclusively to former associate court judge, former associate court judge with Child Protective Services Court. I actually also ran protective orders court. It's unusual customary rate for attorneys in my experience particular area, and I charge $150 an hour, which is normal, customary for attorneys in Travis County. My associate, Caitlin Bullen, has been an attorney for 2 years. What is this? My paralegal on board. Okay, so they're looking for legal fees. Legal fees. Thank you, Judge. I think what happened today is the reason why more victims of sexual assault don't come forward. What she had to go through exemplifies why it's so difficult for victims to come assert their rights, because they get printed as liars, as overly aggressive women, as women with boob jobs, get lip filler and everything done to degrade them as individual persons as opposed to listen to their story. I think that it is very terrifying that we have someone who has been diagnosed with schizophrenia, admits delusions of at least once a month, and goes untreated. While he may not have firearms in his possession right now, because I don't think he under the current temporary protective order, the concern what happens when you've got an unmedicated person who is schizophrenic, diagnosed schizophrenic, doesn't get treatment, has admitted to his fans that he becomes paranoid and sees things. I mean, he saw her face melting according to her testimony. I think her story is believable. I think it is concerning, and I think that Mr. Robertson misses what went wrong. I do believe that some of the acts were non-consensual. I do believe that testimony is credible with regards to that. If the court looks at the medical records that were introduced, it shows that she went for in May and then had to go get it dissolved back in September several months later, which coincides with the timing of the incident testified and put forth in the declaration. We think it's appropriate in this particular case to grant a protective order because just of what occurred. You saw him ramp up, threaten to go nuclear, said we're going to war, and kept escalating and talking about her, talking about the case, talking about the issues until late August. And then he, as his own testified, hasn't bothered her, hasn't texted her, hasn't done anything. Why? Because the protective order served its purpose. I mean, to me, that is proof in the pudding that my client absolutely needs a protective order for a period of time for that court determines appropriate so that the parties can go on their separate corners and go live their lives without any further concerns for repercussions online for their, especially for my client and her respective earnings. So we ask respectfully to the court grant the protective order and award the attorney fees as requested. Thank you, Your Honor, Judge. All right, this is the lawyer back in. Judge, quite simply, I realize the court has heard testimony from the applicant. I realize that the applicant has put on statements to get the crux of why we're here. That is the applicant's position, why she was a victim of sexual abuse, that she was harassed online. The court has an objective document. She had every opportunity to tell Officer Hoffman, the lender, that she was investigating the alleged document. The statement counters disclosed. Further, she had every opportunity in this lawsuit that she filed and has this evidence that she was characterized as the idea that she was a sex slave and that she was being groomed, and those were disgusting lies and they were not true. And then further, when she admits herself to Austin Oaks because she's experiencing, I know she disagrees with this characterization, but what I think is reasonably an acute mental health crisis. When she is concerned about self-harm, when she checks herself in and they ask her not once but twice about any history of sexual victimization, and she kept in mind this within 7 days of the recording of her brutal oral sexual assault. And when asked, have you been sexually victimized, not sexually assaulted with the elements of the offense and that, have you been victimized at all, she answers no. Now, she could be forgiven for overlooking the question, just wanting to get through this as quickly as possible to accept that their next question, when they asked, have you ever been sexually victimized, her answer was yes in a relationship 6 years ago, preceding that even when she knew Mr. Robertson. She clarifies that this was not somebody that she was just checking boxes, moving through their intake process. She was careful and she was complete in answering those questions. The court can take solace knowing that this was her answer, and I think it's reasonable when the finally admitted to the part of her motivation in tweeting about the situation was to make people aware of it. Of course it was. It's on Twitter. That's what it's there for. Social media, it's in the name, it's in the social, it's interactive. People are meant to see it. That's why we post things on social media. I think it's reasonable in John's situation to defend himself against those accusations online. Now, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. The applicant can't say that because I didn't use his name, that the original tweet, I'm all good. I realize John hasn't done the same thing, but it's clear to everyone that that's what he's talking about. I realize the names haven't been used, but again, Your Honor, this is clear. It's apparent for everyone who is reading these messages, John and hers alike, what they're talking about. But I think looking back on who started this in the public discussion, it was not John. It was the applicant with the original tweet on November 20th. That's what started the snowball going. The position is a disingenuous kind of throw grenade out in the public discussion and then say you're not allowed to defend yourself. You're not allowed to say the truth. You're going to come at me. You're not allowed to say I look for it. Here's the thing about this. Actually, I agree with also Tectone's lawyer here in regards to how defense works. But Tectone's an idiot for responding to something publicly and mentioning people's names. He's just dumb for doing that. If your name is not mentioned, okay? If you're not mentioned by name, if somebody makes a post about you calling you out for something, my advice to you, and this goes for whether somebody is guilty or innocent, don't respond to it. Don't respond to it. If you're not being tagged by name, there is no reason for you to respond to it, period. But if you're mentioned by name, then absolutely everybody should have a right to respond to something. Guy, girl, doesn't matter. If you make a post about somebody and you tag somebody, talk about somebody publicly, and you mention their name, online name, legal name, that person's allowed to respond. And to say otherwise is, you're an idiot. I dealt with that myself, where somebody's made statements about me and then I respond to it and they're like, you can't respond to it. What? How does that work? People are allowed to defend themselves. I think looking back at this, who started this was not John, it was the applicant. You're not allowed to say the truth is going to come out. You're not allowed to say, I look forward to defending my innocence. This is just ingenuous. It's intellectually honest. For all those reasons, Your Honor, we are respectfully requesting the court look at the documentation, look at the physical evidence, and a court in front of it. And again, blah, 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 protective order. Yeah, we're done, guys. Based on the testimony and evidence that's been proved to the court does find that there are reasonable grounds to believe that the applicant is the victim of sexual assault. Right here, guys. Here we go. Based on the testimony and evidence that's been provided to the court does find that there are reasonable grounds to believe that the applicant is a victim of sexual assault. The court makes the additional finding that there are reasonable grounds to believe that the applicant is a victim of stalking, will grant a 10-year protective order. It will expire at midnight, January 3rd, 2036, and will contain the terms, conditions that have been requested. Any attorney fees in the amount of $15,000 will be awarded to the applicant. What I want to say, Mr. Robertson, yes, ma'am. You are not allowed to have any contact with her in any manner whatsoever. This means no contact with phone calls, emails, mail, text messages, any kind of social media, or any communication with her through parties. All of this is prohibited. You can only communicate with her through attorneys. In addition, you are to stay 200 yards away from her. Any address you may not need to know her, be including her residence, her workplace. If you run into her outside those locations, you just turn around and leave, even if you got there first. You cannot give her. She cannot give you permission to violate these orders. For some reason within the 10-year period she calls you or communicates with you and she has changed her mind and it's okay for you to come by her residence, it would not be a valid defense to criminal charges of protection order she gave you permission to come over, because the judge of the court can change and modify this protective order. In addition, you are not to be in possession of any firearms or ammunition while this order is in effect. I'm going to ask you to relinquish any firearms or your possession within 24 hours. If you're not possessing firearms, blah, 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 blah. Also going to order you, I don't know what you specifically asked. You are not to display or produce any sort of photographic or electronic or digital media that is recording of this applicant. I think that you know what I'm talking about. It's been referenced many times during this proceeding. Is there anything else? All right, and that's that. Ladies and gentlemen, we did it. Holy fuck. I'm gonna be honest. My throat is dry as fuck. That was the TechTone documents. All 256 pages. Woo! That was actually really hard. That was I can't believe I read that long. 4 hours. My throat actually hurts from reading out loud that long, so. My goodness. Anyways, I'm gonna head off because, yeah. Stream is 4 hours long. This was the stream. We were going to go over TechTone documents, so I hope you guys enjoyed this. Please, if anybody is talking about TechTone stuff, if anybody needs these documents, have them reach out to me, okay? It's all here. I have them officially on record now. Yeah. We all know that his dick doesn't work. He's afraid of vaginas. He lies. Like father, like son, literally. TechTone is following his father's footsteps. Disgusting, disgusting man. Yeah, I'm gonna head off, guys. I may stream tomorrow morning some video games. I'm probably not gonna do a stream like today or yesterday just because I'm gonna play some. There's some new games I want to play, so I may stream it tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. But anyways, if you don't see me tomorrow, I will see you guys next week on a Thursday or a Friday. All right. I appreciate you guys all being here, and I'll catch you guys next week or tomorrow. Sound good? Deuces.